Got the box here? Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here, and welcome to our meeting, of our regular meeting of Tuesday, November 19th. And for the record, it is 9:12. If you'll call roll, please.
Commissioner Brown.
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Commissioner Romero.
Present.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Commissioner Duran had some family issues that he needed to take care of today, so he won't be here. Former Mayor Duran, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please, sir?
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mayor. Approval of the agenda, Commissioners, amendments, withdrawn items, if any.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. The agenda that is included in our packets is the official agenda. It's the agenda. There's no other copies. Okay.
Yes, Mr.
And
Chairman.
unless there's any changes from staff or the commission, Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve the agenda as prepared for today.
We do have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. And a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote, please.
Commissioner Romero.
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Yes.
Chairman Brown.
Yes. So go on to item 5, citizens' concerns, discussion and consideration regarding the following. Citizens wishing to speak shall limit their comments to 5 minutes. No action will be taken. Is there anybody in the... Okay, please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to use this opportunity to thank George, the grader driver in the Rodarte yard, and Rick for authorizing some improvements that I asked. And also, if we could get staff to look into whatever is possible on getting a hold of the Association of Counties and see if there's something that we can do to strengthen our resolutions and ordinances protecting our land and water and supporting the Mora commissioners in their lawsuit against the frackers. Thank you.
Thank you, Filke. Anybody else? Please.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, County Manager, County Attorney. I'm Art Wilbur, Chairman, actually, the interim fire chief for Carson Volunteer Fire Department, and also the president of Carson Community Association. I want to take this time to thank the commissioners, county manager, county attorney, and many of the county departments that have helped us formulate our fire department. After 4 years, we are now funded by the state and the county, and we are fairly well trained. We have just about what we need in equipment. But it all happened because of the support we've got from the commissioners, the county manager, Mr. Malone and his staff, making sure all of our T's and I's were crossed. And so this is a great day for us in Carson. And I'm hoping that San Cristobal, who is starting a new fire department, realizes what it takes actually to make this happen, the working with the county and with our citizenry to actually put it all together. But most important is the support from all of the state fire departments, from Bosick Farms, Palo Alto, who gave us equipment, from all these different fire departments. Everybody came together to help us and make this happen. But again, I want to thank the county and particularly the commissioners for this, and the whole community of Carson thanks you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes, Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Wilbur. Mr. Wilbur, thank you for all your hard work, but I'd also like to add, I did talk to former Commissioner Nick Jaramillo. He's got some more supplies for you folks if you need any, so give him a holler.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Yes, sir.
Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak? I know that the present mayor is, I saw him walk in. I don't know if at this time he wanted to make a presentation. Was he?
I'll check.
Okay. Mayor, welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to address you at this time. I just wanted to give you a courtesy in person to let you know that of the council action yesterday that approved 2 JPAs. I know that that's probably something that we want to get off of our table as soon as possible, and certainly that's the case with the council. As you know, the commission did pass an MOU, and several attempts to implement that MOU have been challenging, to say the least. I think certainly that's a sentiment that comes from our attorney, and I'm sure there's maybe a sense of frustration on the county attorney's side as well. And then to the point where there has been discussion of a 75-25, which the MOU makes no mention of that. So what the council has decided to do, and it passed unanimously here, is they passed 2 JPAs, 2 Joint Powers Agreement, that one basically makes an attempt to implement the MOU where practical and where it makes sense, and the other follows the San Juan model, which the MOU clearly states that that's the wishes of both sides, is to follow the San Juan model. One of the issues that the council has is they want to make sure that there isn't weighted voting, or if there is, that it's in a logical sense where the political element cannot be inside the Joint Powers Agreement, where a neutral board is empowered to make the decisions, and that's what both of these Joint Powers Agreements clearly do. They clearly place every decision and authority into a neutral board. From technical to even the controversial issue of location. So we're eager to do that. We also have, as you know, we did pass a letter to terminate the current Joint Powers Agreement, for the reason being is nobody likes that Joint Powers Agreement. For years, I think Commissioner Romero, Commissioner Baroni, and Commissioner Blankenhorn, we've been attempting to enter into a new JPA for many years now. And I think specifically because the current JPA leaves all the control and authority with one entity, and that is the town. So the attempt was to create a sense of urgency to enter into a new JPA. That didn't seem to pan out. So the council action also yesterday rescinded that letter to terminate, so that the commission doesn't have to worry about a sense of a timeline, that it was never the town's intent to cut services to county residents. It was just to create a sense of urgency to get out of the current JPA and enter into a comprehensive new JPA that really spells out what the authorities are, it's just a more dynamic JPA that follows the San Juan model. The current situation here, and I'll just bring this up for discussion, as it stands today with this fiscal year, the town of Taos is paying about $80,000 more in this budget to serve 911 for Taos County, for the entire county. That appears to be a misunderstanding on the budget. We understood that $371,000 was approved for this coming year, and that if a new JPA was entered, then a cap would be implemented on that $371,000 for the first 2 years. At numerous stakeholders meetings, the budget was presented, and that's what was agreed upon, that the town of Taos would pay 50% and the county would pay 50%, which equates to $371,000. The county has since pulled back and said that they were going to pay the traditional amount of $288,000, I believe, or $280-some thousand. So that does put the town in a precarious situation, given that at numerous stakeholder meetings it was discussed that we needed to hire an executive director, and everyone acknowledged that need. So currently, as it stands today, the town of Taos is subordinating that balance. We wish to hopefully kind of have clear up that error, if you will. But my purpose here today is just to address you and let you know that a Joint Powers Agreement is forthcoming. The attorney and manager are drafting that, or the attorney is, as we speak. I will hand deliver that to the chairman for distribution to the rest of the commissioners, probably no later than close of business today. So I stand for any questions.
Any questions, Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Community. It's something that we have split costs for forever, or since '95, or whenever this first JPA came into effect. We have to find a way to govern this operation jointly and to share the cost jointly. And so, you know, like the town, I think that the county would like to see this instituted as quickly as possible so that we can get a neutral governing board in place that can take a good look at the operations that we have now. There's a lot of complaints about those operations. I'm sure it's a complicated situation. I don't know all the details, but a governing body that includes not only the stakeholders, but advisors who are experts in the field can get a full assessment of what we have now and what we're going to need in the future. And in my mind, it's really the only way to proceed. So I appreciate the town's quick action on this, and I certainly hope that we're able to come to an agreement.
Commissioner Blankenhorn, to expand on that, the second JPA that follows the San Juan model is the one that I prefer. Both of them I think the town can live with, and when you look at consensus, we look at it as it's not always getting what you want, it's getting what you can live with, and we can live with both of these versions of JPAs. The one that I like about the second one, I believe is in harmony of what all of us truly want, is a neutral governing body that governs the operations. And while it does follow the San Juan model, there's an appendix or a exhibit that the governing body of the JPA shall have the right at its discretion to implement every item on the MOU. And that will be an exhibit on that MOU, so on that JPA, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Romero?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for being here this morning. You said that there was another document that was forthcoming later on today?
Well, both of these documents will be, with a cover letter, will be forthcoming to the commission to present.
And so as far as you know, what will be the information on these? What will they tell this commission?
One will be a cover letter. The other will be two versions of a joint powers agreement that was approved yesterday by the council for review by the commission.
And again, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you being here. And, you know, we need just one command center.
Absolutely.
Or dispatch center, I want to say. So hopefully we can have some kind of closure to this. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Commissioners, thank you. Thank you.
I guess if when we receive those, Mr. Malone, if somebody would make sure that we get them looked at and then disseminated to the commission.
Absolutely.
Thank you. What's the recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, I would anticipate a special meeting next Tuesday morning to address it once staff has had time to actually look at the proposals that will be in front of us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks again. So we'll go ahead and go on. Anybody else in the audience that wish to address the commission on an issue that's not on the agenda? Not? We'll go ahead and move on to our minutes. Discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following October 28th, 2013 special meeting. Commissioners?
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Yes.
Chairman Brewer.
Yes. So we'll go on to, we have a number of presentations, discussion and consideration regarding the following. I'm going to turn the time over to Mike, we appreciate you, Mike, and commissioners. If we have, like I say, a number of presentations, if we could come down to, and we'll turn it over to Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. If you can come down here, and the first item on the presentation is a certificate to the Cuesta girls for being the District 1A champions. So I think they need a round of applause. And if Coach Jennifer can come up and introduce her girls.
Good morning. I know this probably wasn't part. I have to say a little something on behalf of the girls. The girls, not only we took first in the Penasco tournament. We were 17-3 overall in our season. We were 4-0 in districts. We were undefeated at home, and we were back-to-back district champs. So on that, I praise you girls for a job well done. We'll go ahead and start. Diana Aragon, senior. Stephanie Salazar, senior. Elena Trujillo, junior. Brianna Ortega, senior. Audrey Romero, senior. Brittany Cisneros, senior. Rosa Archuleta, senior. Denise Gallegos, senior. Reina Mascarenas, sophomore. Veronica Sandoval, senior. Ashley Cintas, freshman. Lene Real, freshman. Marsha Ariano, manager. Leah Duran, manager. Jackie Cintas, manager. And all this would not be possible if I didn't have my assistant coach, Diane Leon. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity, the girls don't know this, but I'd like to congratulate you girls, those of you who made all tourney for the tournament in Penasco. All districts has not been released yet, but I do want to congratulate Denise Gallegos and Brittany Cisneros for making the North-South All-Star team.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, again, congratulations, Cuesta. Have the certificate, or the Cuesta girls that I'll read out. Thank you, sir. And it says, District 1A champions, congratulations, Cuesta High School girls volleyball team from the Taos County Board of Commissioners dated 11/19/2013. Congratulations, girls. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be getting each girl their own copy of the certificate. And I will take a picture.
Sorry.
Smile, girls. Okay, say, Cuesta District Champs.
District champs.
I have a slow camera, ladies. It has to wind up. Come on, one more.
You can only hold that smile so long.
There we go. Thank you, girls. Good job. Congratulations. And we'll get, if you can give me your number.
Okay.
For Denise, so I can call you and let you know. And we can deliver these to you. Okay. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, that we have is a certificate of appreciation to Smith's Food for their lower gas prices, for bringing that gas station in. And, you know, they've really helped our economy, and they've helped us, because I go gas there, and I'm sure a lot of people go gas there, and it saved us a lot of money. So we want to thank Smith's Food Stores for bringing that gas station to lower prices. And I have Bobby Duran, if you can come up here and elaborate a little bit on how this took place. And I will read a little statistical analysis in a bit after Mr. Durant to show how much money that our county is saving.
Thank you, Mike. Members of the commission, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Manager, Mr. Assistant Manager. I hadn't done this in a long time, guys, so it's been 5 years. So I just want to say that I was mayor when this happened. And, you know, we really appreciate Smith's coming to our town. For you that have lived here a long time, you know how high gas prices were here. You know, I remember what I would do a lot of times. I'd just take enough gas in my car to drive to Albuquerque to be able to put gas because it was 30 cents cheaper in Albuquerque. So you'd fill up over there and then come back. Smith's has made it very competitive for northern New Mexico for lower gas prices. And I was talking to Jeff Northup the other day, and he told me it's in the millions of dollars that our constituents have saved, you know, in gas prices by being able to bring Smith's here, because everybody got a little more competitive. There's still some that are pretty high, and you can see that. But, you know, I really commend Smith's for doing that, you know, for being able to build that station. That we got a lot of slack in trying to build it there, because people would say, a gas in the middle of town. I tell them, how long have you lived here? We used to have 4 stations in the middle of town, you know, before that. So it was good that they could build a station there, and it was approved. So, guys, this is one of the reasons that we have lower gas prices, and if you go around the state, we're one of the lowest now. You know, the only reason that Espanola is lower right now is because they have a gas bar over there, because somebody built a new station over there. But our prices in gas are extremely competitive now, so we don't have to just have enough gas here to drive to Albuquerque and fill up over there. We can fill up here. So I commend Smith's, and I commend my consul at that time, you know, that we were able to put this together. Thank you very much, Mike.
So I'll read the certificate, and then I will read a little statistical analysis. So this is a certificate of appreciation. This certificate is awarded to Smith's by the Taos County Board of Commissioners in recognition of valuable contributions for lower gas prices, signed today. So this is what it looks like. We'll be giving it to Smith's, and the station opened without fanfare at 8 o'clock on November 19, 2008. The prices dropped at least 60 cents days at all Taos stations. Approximately Taos stations sell at least 60,000 gallons a day at our 7 stations. The gas tankers come in with approximately 7,500 to 9,000 gallons each, and our gas prices are about 50 cents less than they would be had Smith's not open. Most Taos people would agree that these figures would yield a savings of $30,000 a day, $210,000 a week, $900,000 a month, and $900,000 a month, and $55,000 over 5 years. Smith's and also sell close to half the gas sold in Taos, and also over the last 5 years have probably averaged being just 4 cents higher than Smith's, though not this close in 2013. The other stations have averaged more like a 12 cents higher than Smith's. Smith's almost always has the cheapest diesel fuel prices in Taos and is usually quite competitive with Albuquerque. Generally, our price is within the range of 10% to 20% cheapest gas station prices in Albuquerque. 80% of the stations in Albuquerque are more expensive than us. Several times we have had the cheapest gas in New Mexico. This situation lasting from a few days to a week. So again, thank you, Smiths, for bringing us cheaper gas prices. 55 minutes, yeah, my eyes are painted on, so forgive me. Yeah. There we go. That was a typo on my part, ladies and gentlemen, sorry. But I think, Mayor, you were on the council at that time. Would you come up here so we can take a picture with you too? And also, Mayor Cordova was a councilman during that time. He wasn't the mayor yet, but he was councilman. And I think Mayor Duran broke the tie, right?
Yes.
It was a split vote.
I broke the time.
Councilmember Abeyta and myself voting for it.
Don't be scared, Mayor.
You're in my house.
There you go, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for the record, if I do make an error, I'm blind in my left eye, so. And the next award we have is a presentation to Stephen Ortega for efforts in supporting our children at the Rumble at the Rio Grande. And we'd like for him to come up here. And I want you to go ahead and introduce yourself, say a few words about what you do for our community and how you fight.
Okay.
And who will I fight?
Well, I'm Stephen Ortega. I've worked for the Taos Police Department 2.5 years, and Rumble in Rio is just a charity boxing match in Albuquerque, Mexico. It's a friendly, competitive rivalry between firefighters, cops, but it's for the kids in the end. It raises money for the underprivileged children to donate bikes come Christmas time. So that's what the proceeds benefit, and yeah.
And I recommend don't rumble with this gentleman because he's a champion. And the certificate reads, "Thank you, Stephen Ortega, for your volunteers' efforts in supporting our children from the Taos County Board of Commissioners." And you heard what he does, and it's an honorable thing that Mr. Ortega does for our community. Plus, he also is law enforcement, and he's out there. I think he needs hazard pay, Mayor. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Just give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you guys again.
And our last awards go to the Employees of the Month. And I'm dropping everything, I tell you, man. Boy, I'm on a roll. No, it's not. It's in my notebook. My black binder. Isn't it there? Just had it. Boy.
We're missing a binder.
We're missing a binder. I just had it.
You gave it away.
Yeah, go ahead. Anyway, we have Employee of the Month for November 13. Her name is Ms. Deborah Chavez. Come up here, please. And she's a hard worker for the road department. And go ahead and explain a little bit of what you do to the public for your department.
I work in the public works. I'm the clerk receptionist there. I've been helping the sign technician do inventory, making spreadsheets for us. We could keep track of all the signs. Do a lot of spreadsheets for the roads, so we could keep track of it, like how much everything costs and stuff like that.
And then the Employee of the Month award reads, Employee of the Month, November 2013. In grateful appreciation for your outstanding performance, we hereby recognize and honor Deborah Chavez this 19th day of November 2013. Well, she also gets a gift certificate to somewhere. Didn't say where. Walmart, okay, and then she also gets a day off, so that's good. Okay, we have the Employee of the Month for November 13 to Solid Waste Department employee Rodrigo Rivera. If you can come up here, please. And ladies and gentlemen, I know this gentleman, he's a very, very hard worker, and I'd like for him to say a few words about what he does for his department. And then I'd like the supervisor up here, Edward, and he can elaborate a little more. Edward, come up here, please. So, Rodrigo, go ahead and say a few words.
Yeah, thank you. Mi nombre es Rodrigo Rivera. I work for the Solid Waste Department, Recycle. Thank you so much. Thank you for the commissioners. Thank you for the Taos County, everything. I love it. I'm happy, very, very happy. Taos, every New Mexico. Thank you very much. I'm happy now.
Mr. Rivera has been with us for 6 years now. He's our recycle specialist. He goes around the county and picks up all of our recycling at all our transfer stations, which we have 8 of them throughout Taos County, including the 2 pueblos, so that'll make 10 of them. This gentleman is an excellent employee. He works weekends, anything that's asked of him, he is willing to help out our crew. We're a great team, and he's a big part of our team because he's quite an employee. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Rivera on a well-deserved honor.
I'm going to go ahead and read what the Employee of the Month says, and it says, Employee of the Month, November 2013, in grateful appreciation for your outstanding performance, we hereby recognize and award and honor Rodrigo Rivera this 19th day of November 2013. Again, Rigo, thank you.
Thank you.
And he gets the certificate and the day off.
Thank you very much.
I was going to keep it. Thought it was a credit card. So, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. That's our awards for today, and we're going to go ahead and take a picture for the commission. And these will be placed on our newsletter, and I will forward you the newsletter where the girls will have your pictures there with the commission. So, and then anybody that wants a newsletter from me, just let me know. We do a monthly newsletter for the county, so let us know if you want a copy of it. I try to say we do better reporting than the local paper, but I don't know. I don't want to go there. Okay, let's go say cheese. Winding up. Thank you very, very much. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Girls, again, congratulations.
Would help. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
I mean, it's great when we can honor our employees here at Taos County. You know, it's amazing the staff that has been put together by management and commission at one point or another. And what's even better is that they're very proud of what they do, and it's just really great. It's a good feeling to be part of a good team. Also, I don't know where Jeff is, Jeff Northrup, but we somehow failed to mention his name, and he's really the one community activist that should be praised for all of the work that he did on the gas prices and bringing them down with his little tent signs that he places all over the place. He, in fact, is the one that should get the greatest acknowledgement of all, politicians and everyone else. Jeff has done an awesome job in bringing those gas prices down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Jeff had requested that I not mention his name, so that's why he did.
Okay.
Again, thank you, Jeff.
So thank you, Commissioner. Great words. So we'll go on to
Item E, Mr. Chairman.
item E, a presentation of a petition for the inclusion of Llano Road as Taos County maintained. Mr. Rick Chavez, Public Works Director.
Rick or Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. At your last regular meeting, there was a gentleman here who brought a petition and spoke about Llano Road. Llano Road is in District 2. It's north of Cuesta. Along with a petition, there are several email that may have come in late, or anyway, they're included in the petition. There's some confusion as to what the group wants is adopted. Some of those email include Llano Road from New Mexico 522 to somewhere. But the petition itself, it says, do you have somewhere just east of 522, and then when up to where Llano Road turns to the north. And actually, the Village of Cuesta town limits or village limits are actually north of Llano Road and include Llano Road for a portion. So that part that is not in the Village of Cuesta up to where it veers to the north is 0.54 miles. And I note that for you to consider, and I remind again the board that when you consider adoption, that the county will incur a cost on the survey. So 0.54 miles, depending on what kind of preliminary work has been there before, like subdivision plats, other property surveys, it could range. I know we did the first one in Amber Lane. I think that was over $3,000 for 0.25 miles. So consider that, Mr. Chairman, and give me further direction.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Also, I'd like to thank my constituents from Llano Road area that live up in that area. And I've got a letter of support here I'd like to read here. And this is a letter of support from the fire department and also from the ambulance services in Cuesta. They have a hard time going up there. I think we've had two of my constituents that have had heart attacks. And also we had a building that was on fire, and they could not get up there because of the road. It's really in dire need of attention. It needs some work up there. And this is a letter dated November 4th, 2013, to whom it may concern. And this is from our Deputy Chief, the Fire Department. After a recent fire at a cabin in the Pinavete foothills, road conditions and road signs have become a concern of mine. The roads are in poor condition, and it is very hard to get fire trucks to the houses in Pinavete foothills. And also, I'd like to thank Mr. Bellis. He's already taken care of the rural addressing up in that area. Thank you, Mr. Bellis, for doing that. Now, all we need to do is take care of that road. It's probably, what is it, a little over a half a mile, Rick?
0.54.
Okay. And, if, I don't know, we didn't get any pictures of it, but I was up here the other day, and it's really, for the cost, we have to pay for survey. I think, to me, a life is more important where we can get up to my constituents and support them. I think I probably got it in the budget. I hope I do anyways. Even if I don't, I'll go out and find the monies elsewhere so we can get that road pit run put on top of it, and then the base course, and make sure that it drains in a proper way where the constituents can get up there. because it's in dear need of work. And I'm talking on behalf of my constituents. They need the ambulance services, they need the fire truck services, and not only that, but I've got relatives that live up in that area, and it's the tires, the alignment, the damage on the vehicles. You know, it's really sad. And commissioners, I ask for your support on this, see if we can take care of those folks up in my area. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner?
Mr. Chavez, right now the base of this road is what type of material?
Mr. Chairman, I have not been on that road. I have not looked at it or know what condition it's in.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I actually went and viewed the road, and it actually just has, it's just ruts, pit run at this point at the best. I know that there had been some work that had tried to be done on that, but there's huge ruts throughout the road on that.
Okay. And how many people does it serve?
There's a gentleman like
Mr. Young back there.
Come on up.
Yes, sir. Michael Young. I'm a resident in the area, and I spoke 2 weeks ago. Approximately 52 households are serviced by that road. It is the only access route to anybody who lives in the Pinabete foothills area.
So when this road was created and you guys moved in there, how was this road created? Was it somebody that you guys all bought land from, and it was created through a subdivision, and there's not
Most of the, I've only lived there for, or owned property there for about 5 years. Of the people I've talked to who date back, some go back as long as 30 years, which I think predates any county rules or regulations regarding subdevelopments and rules, roads and how they might be constructed. So this is a legacy situation going back way beyond when we started having developers provide essential services.
And with regards, Mr. Chairman, to this road, there's no, is this the only, the road doesn't end up anywhere else? There's a dead end?
It's a dead end. We're talking, Llano Road, the part that we're talking about is about a half a mile. It makes a left turn north, and at that point it goes on for at least another mile, and there are roads heading into the mountains off of Llano Road. We're not talking about that last mile. We're talking about the very first half mile, which would connect with the Cuesta maintained and paved portion of Llano Road.
And most of this road, Commissioner, Mr. Johnson, is it forested? Does it have trees on both sides, or?
At this point, you're at lower elevations at that point on Llano Road, so it's mostly brush. There are a few piñons,
and
mostly brush.
And what is the width of the road?
15 to 20 feet width of the road. You think it's 30? Okay, 30 feet.
Okay. I guess, Mr. Chairman, you know, many reasons to justify the need for Taos County to take on another road, and you know, if it dead ends and it doesn't have a way through to other areas, then it also poses a fire hazard. If there was a fire at the beginning of the road or in the middle of the road somewhere, how is there some sort of an evacuation plan by residents in case something, a fire were to break out? And certainly having a bad road to get to these areas does not help either.
Right.
And so, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Malone, what is the next process? Petition has been submitted. This is the second time that Mr. Johnson and the neighborhood have come before this commission. What do we need to go do at this point?
Commissioner Romero. Issue of a survey and the cost of the survey comes into play only if the road hearing committee recommends adoption of the road. And so
those are the next steps. The road viewing committee and their recommendation, if they do recommend, then we would have to incur the cost of the survey.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and set a motion then on behalf of the residents of Yano Road that we appoint a viewing committee to go and assess this road and with a report and recommendations.
I'll
Mr.
second
Chairman.
that.
We have a motion and a second. Did you
And
have further discussion, Commissioner?
Vice Chairman, I'm glad you brought up that point. That's the only entry and the only exit is that one road. So we need, that is something that is much needed up in your area. Thank you, folks.
And Rick, when we do this assessment on the road, I know in the past we've had roads that we put base course on, pit run and then base course on, and it builds up the road 8, 10, 12 inches sometimes, and then people cannot get off the road to get in their driveways, and then it becomes an anti-donation problem because you're going to have to put a culvert alongside that road, and how do we address that? Is that...
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't recall, since I've been here, where that became an issue. I know that on Uncochea Road, when folks came complaining about us grading the ditches, there was never a resolution because there's not enough budget to put culverts in after the fact for all the residents. So I'd have to go look at that road. That would be probably one of the factors that we look at when the Road Viewer Committee makes a recommendation.
All right, because I know even, it happened even on the road that goes to TP, the new road. We put pavement on it, and then there was places where culverts were needed to be able to get off the road onto people's property.
You mean West Rim?
Yes, West Rim. That happened there, and then it happened
Well, those
on...
culverts were designed. The issue we had there is that we took some out that didn't seem to make any sense, and then we had to put them back because it was a right-of-way agreement with the DOT.
Okay. So we do have a motion, do have a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner?
Thank you. Rick? Estimate of the work that's going to be required?
I could do that, Mr. Chairman.
Along with the recommendations so that we know where we're at and maybe some kind of a timeline on the work. I know that the factors that they consider, cost is one of the factors that the road viewers consider, and along with the kind of maintenance schedule that you anticipate going forward. So that would be good information for both the board and the public to have.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Did we call for the vote?
Yes.
Call for the vote, please.
Vice Chair Mero.
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the dry hydrants are still in use, Mr. Bellis. You've heard of the process of dry hydrants and how they work. It would be good for the county to take on, at some point or another, making sure that areas like this, in fact, do have access to dry hydrants, where there are bodies of water, small bodies of water, or large bodies of water that are fairly accessible by the fire departments to be able to fight fires in case they would break out.
Yeah, Commissioner, actually the neighbors had requested assistance along those lines, and one of the solutions they proposed, which I think is excellent and could be used in steeper areas, because a lot of our dry hydrants, like we've put in the canyon and everything, there's not enough water most time of the year. But there are these polystyrene bags, large bags. They originally were used for people that do the stunt stuff where they jump off the building. And you can fill them up with water, and they can either be buried or surface mounted. And they can be pre-staged for areas like this so that when they get up to those steep slopes, they don't back up the trucks trying to run water up and down. And that would be eligible under some of our Title III and other funding. So if the PILT money continues, this is one of those areas we indicated the residents will target for water storage.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Bellis. So Nothing else on this item. We'll go on to item F, presentation to request approval of volunteer fire department in the San Cristobal Fire Department Protection Group. I don't know, Steve. And your names for the record, and we know most of you, but we just want to make sure we have it on the record.
No, you're
My name is Eric Von Dorp, and I'm part of the board of directors of the ad hoc San Cristobal Volunteer Fire Department, and we're here today to present our request to the honorable commissioners.
Thank you.
Peggy Nelson. I'm also on the board of the group that's been spearheading this effort. I'm currently the secretary-treasurer of the board.
I'm Fabi Romero. I'm the vice president of the board.
I'm Joseph Godfrey of San Cristobal and a board member.
Thank you. Eric, go ahead.
I presume you're all aware of our initiative that has been underway for about a year and a half. And we've come today formally to request your endorsement as a fire department. This has been a rather painstaking process and undertaking, given the fact that this is all voluntary, and we've entertained initially to either do nothing, secondly to become a substation of either Hondo Seco Fire Department or La Lama Fire Department, and fourthly to become an independent fire department. And viewing all of the options and understanding the nuances related to starting a fire department or becoming a substation of one of the mother fire departments, we have decided as a board of directors that was set up more than a year ago in concert with the voice of the community to represent the initiative to seek a resolution to the threat of life and property because of fire in our valley. And as a board of directors, we have been meeting and have been attentive to the voice of the community as well as to the publicity that has been around our county. And so today we would like to ask for your endorsement to become a volunteer fire department so that we would have a district that is well-defined, borders north and south, and of course east and west, the National Forest. And we need the support of the greater community, which is you folks, and we hope that this endorsement will be forthcoming. And not only the endorsement, but then also the wherewithal to help this become a reality. The wherewithal being whatever monies we can get from you, through you, assistance in grading, leveling, building foundations, helping us to put up a building, and of course the necessary equipment to fight fires. And fighting fires, once again, is protecting life and property, as well as responding to whatever medical emergencies there may exist in the community. And we would be, of course, beholden to Taos Central Dispatch so that we would respond appropriately to whatever emergencies there are to the south, to the north, and of course east and west. So that's why we're here today.
And I'd like to applaud you guys for coming forth in your guys' neighborhoods to actually have this done. Commissioners, you have Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Also, you know, you folks have worked really hard to get this together, and it's much needed in that area. As you know, we had that one fire in the past. And I've been getting some phone calls from other constituents that would like to get more information on this. So I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to table this item. I've got some people that are out of state and they want to be part of this, so to be fair with them, I make a motion to table this till we get those gentlemen back in so they can speak on there, because I guess they had a meeting here the other day where they voted 24-3 where they want to go with Hondo Seco, which stands to reason they get a better, what's that, rating?
ISO rating, Commissioner?
Yeah. So I did talk to Hondo Seco, one of the gentlemen of the fire department there, and he says that what they're telling me, they're willing to bring you on board. But what I'd like to do is make sure that everybody's on the same page. I attended one of your meetings up there, Mr. Romero, a while back, and then after that, I guess is when they had that other meeting. So out of fairness, I would like to table it and come back with the other group of, and hear their concerns.
May we respond?
Mr.
Sure,
Chairman,
please.
may I respond to that?
And, yeah, is that a form of a motion, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second to that motion? Or do you want to hear some more
Yeah,
discussion?
I want to hear some more discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We
Thank
can have
you.
some more discussion, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Like Eric said, we've been working on this for a while. For a while, we were debating whether we should be applied to become a substation of La Lama or Hondo Seco. From the beginning, La Lama volunteered to train our firefighters, volunteered to outfit them. We also applied to Hondo Seco. I was at meetings where we wrote letters to Hondo Seco requesting that they take us on as a substation. They didn't. They refused. They refused to train our firefighters. So this became a big political football in the valley. There was a faction that wanted to go with Hondo Seco. We don't know why, since they didn't want us. And there was some of us who wanted to go with the Lama. After we decided to involve the community. So we sent, I'm the president of the Domestic Water Association, and I included a notice of a meeting to all the members of the Domestic Water. We had ads on the radio. We ran an ad in the Taos News. We posted a bulletin at the post office telling people how important this meeting was and that we had to have the community participation. Mr. Sanchez was at that meeting that took place. There were exactly 8 of us who showed up at that meeting. There were more officials. The fire chief from Red River was there. The fire chief from La Lama was there. Chris Cote of the Wildland Fires was there. Another firefighter, Joaquin Cantu, was there. But there were only 8 residents. At that point, we were still debating whether to go with La Lama or Hondo Seco. At that point, Alfred Cordova, who is a gentleman who's out of state, who I'm sure contacted Commissioner Sanchez, said he really felt that the whole community should be there to vote. And we asked, how do we get the community to show up after all these notices, and only 8 people showed up. So Alfred Cordova volunteered to call every resident in the valley or to do direct mailing to them, to invite them to a meeting to decide whether we should go with Hondo Seco or La Lama. Another member of the community, Junito Medina, was there, and he said, well, we're having a ditch meeting next Saturday or 2 Saturdays after. And he said, why don't we have a fire meeting after the ditch meeting? And we all agreed to do that. I assumed Mr. Cordova, Alfred Cordova, would notify the whole community. Well, in fact, he showed up with his family, which is large in San Cristobal, and those were the 23 votes that Mr. Sanchez, Commissioner Sanchez, is referring to. Nobody else showed up. Except the ditch people, of course. We had, after that, we decided that it was just too political. After many conversations, not many, at least 4 conversations with both the county manager, the assistant manager, and Mr. Sanchez, the marshal, Taos County Fire Marshal, we decided to go on our own. We decided that would eliminate the political fights, and also, according to Mr. Bellis, the assistant manager, we would get more money. We would be in total and complete control of our own money. We wouldn't have to rely on the Hondo Seco fire chief or the Lama fire chief to decide how much money we got. So that was the board's final vote, was to form our own fire district, which will hopefully eliminate all the political fights. There's no question we need a fire department in San Cristobal. There's no question we need an EMT in San Cristobal. Just 2 weeks ago, my neighbor, Mr. Gerard Poirier, who lives up above me, got very, very ill. It took the ambulance 40 minutes to find his house. I had a discussion with Mr. Jaramillo, the fire chief of Hondo Seco. Why did it take, because he was leading the EMT people up there. He was with driving the search and rescue truck. I asked him, why did it take 40 minutes for the ambulance to get to Mr. Poyer's house? And his explanation was that the directions they were given were incorrect. That worries us. If we had our own fire department in San Cristobal, we would know where Mr. Poyer lived. We would know where everybody lives. We don't want to rely on the fire chief from Hondo Seco or La Lama or somewhere else to help us. And we feel the same way about fires. We're surrounded by Forest Service. We are very vulnerable to fires. And I can't impress on you how urgently we need a fire department in San Cristobal. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was another thing that was said by Commissioner Sanchez, which had to do with ratings and ISO, and I think that part of our difficulty was the need for fire protection was really subsumed by misinformation about ISOs and ratings. In fact, what all of us know when we contacted our own insurance companies is they just want to know how far you are from a fire department. In a rural area, they don't really care what your ISO is. It's a question. So a lot of people were very concerned about their insurance going up. As a matter of fact, over the long haul, if we have a fire station there, that should not be a concern at all. The other thing is, I just want to reiterate what Fabi had to say, which was that if this were to be postponed, Mr. Cordova is away for the winter, basically. We'd like to see something get going as soon as possible. And last year in the legislature, $50,000 was allocated to an independent San Cristobal volunteer fire department, which we could have to begin building if this organization or effort as an independent body got the county's approval. So I think we could tap into that money very, very quickly. There was some concern if we wanted to go as a substation, the legislation might have to be amended to get that money out of the legislature wherever it's sitting right now, but it would be available and we could actually get going and have something by spring. We don't know what this next year holds.
Have you guys, so you've studied the situation of being I guess, under the umbrella of Hondo, and you rather not do that is what the consensus is. And then the other question is, I understand that the possibility of being some kind of connection with the Forest Service up there because it's that they might donate some land. Is that a possibility? I don't know. I kind of heard that.
Mr. Bellis, where that stands, that was an idea that was talked about the last time that we met.
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioners, this is one of those areas like the folks with the road that it's tough in, tough out, steep slopes surrounded by public lands, difficult for our first responders to get into. And one of the things we have talked about in that partnership with Forest Service on doing those thinning projects is the idea they've donated land to the county before for public facilities. We use it for transfer facilities. This is a priority area for fire for both Forest Service and us. And staff recommended they start their own fire department and offered that we would approach the Forest Service now that we've closed our 3 other dumps to ask about the leasing or use of that property, also where they could pre-stage a brush truck for Forest Service so that they could get quicker response. Again, staff recommended, and we defer to the commissioners on these issues, but we explained to the group that your ISO rating doesn't improve, and I'm going to ask Alan to explain that as the county fire chief and his reasons for that. But it's the distance to the stations and the response time. It's not who you're associated with. In addition, they did have money from the state legislature, and it's our understanding that unless we can get our legislators to amend that, they might lose that money if it had to be rewarded. There were a couple of other issues involved, including that if they associated with one of the other fire departments, one of them that they were looking at The county has frozen the funding in regards to that department, and that, again, that might cause them to lose the money, and they might do all the work for a substation, and it would be difficult for them to get money from the legislature for that, knowing that this entity might not be able to accept more money or spend it within the time frame that it's allocated. So that's why they chose direction. And Ellen, do you want to address the ISO issue? Sure.
Chairman, Commissioners, I've attended 4 meetings with the community up there and kind of explained the different avenues that they have. The one that we always seem to come back to comes to the ISO as being a driver. The ISO is, it's a survey of the fire department's capabilities, and then that scoring then is weighted towards your homeowner's insurance. It is true that Hondo Seco is a 6, but it's based on a distance from the fire department. So there's very few communities in San Cristobal that actually benefit from that 6. At large, I'd say probably 90% of the community isn't covered by that 6. They're covered by anywhere from that 6 up to a 9. So the benefit for them establishing in their own department would be better for the community as a whole if they could be established and then work on getting their ISO rating down for the entire community, rather than just worrying about what's on the fringe on the south side of their proposed district. With the funding schemes, even if they looked at putting in their own substation at a 9, which they would be coming off probation in a year, no matter whatever avenue they take, there's going to be a 1-year probationary period through the State Fire Marshal's office. They're only looking at about $11,500 as a substation. Granted, that money could be increased if the ISO rating comes down in the community. If they come in as a standalone department, it's in the ballpark of about $50,000 that they could get for being their own entity. Once again, that funding could be increased if their ISO rating comes down after a year. We can get them the equipment. We've had the truck, that Type 3 brush truck that was willing to be transferred from Forest Service to us that we could allocate to them. It's my understanding that Penasco also has a Class A pumper for structural firefighting that they're willing to give over and transfer. I've spoken with Rudy Padilla, who's the representative for State Fire Marshal's office for our area. He said if this is the route they want to go, we can go out and we can find them turnout gear, we can find them other apparatus if need be. What comes into play right now more than anything is the property. They did have a commitment for property that was pulled back based on all the political infighting that's going on in the community as of late. So we would need to find them some property. And that was our hopes to maybe meet with Forest Service and bridge that gap and find them a parcel of property that they could use. So equipment isn't an issue. We have the commitment from the state who's willing to help us out with getting them equipped. So I think it's probably beneficial that they probably do look at venturing out on their own, especially since it has taken a long period of time for them to get to this point.
So one more time on the ISO rating. It doesn't really have any standing as far as reduction in homeowners rates. It more based on the distance from the fire station to the home. Is that correct?
Some insurance companies in a more municipal area where there's hydrants every 300 feet, where you have a grid system on streets, it does pay a larger weighted value towards your homeowner's insurance. But in the rural areas where some of these other components, as far as having a dedicated water source, it's more weighted on your distance and the response time from the station to where the incident may be. So in putting a fire station in the San Cristobal Valley, that lessens the response time that you would get from Hondo Seco, which is approximately 5, maybe a little better than 5 miles, and Lama, which is a little better than 6 miles away.
And Mr. Bellis, would this be a area that would possibly be eligible for a dry hydrant also?
From my understanding, there's some areas a little further up on the old state road that have some water sources that could be eligible for that. There's also that creek that passes through the valley, which might be eligible. I mean, we'd have to kind of see what kind of the water flows are. Mr. Bellis mentioned earlier using what they call porta tanks, and it's a self-supporting, almost like a swimming pool that can be filled with water, and you have water storage capacity there. I mean, another possibility would even be putting in some kind of a cistern.
Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I know that the commission, I believe all of the commission members received a letter from Mr. Alfred Cordova that was dated October 26th of 2013. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to put this as a part of the record. That way we do have record that he was in fact not necessarily in favor of what you all are proposing. I guess I'm a little concerned about the division of the community, if there is some, some that want it and some that don't, and I understand the need for a fire department. It's very important. But I also feel like I want to listen to the other individuals. How many people are there in San Cristobal that live in San Cristobal that would have use of the fire department if the need arose?
There are approximately 220 residents in San Cristobal.
And Mr. Chairman, when is our next commission meeting?
Well, we might have an emergency one next Tuesday, but.
Correct. And then the first Tuesday of October would be the next one.
Is it possible, of December?
December, I'm sorry.
Is it possible to, you kind of felt, I kind of gathered, Ms. Romero, from your conversation, your thoughts today, that possibly the community was not informed, maybe, of the meeting that took place amongst you all that day. That maybe just 24 people were informed of it, and
Mr. Chairman.
That's what I'm gathering anyway.
Yes. Most people did not know there was going to be a fire meeting at that time. Previously, like I stated, we had sent out mailings to all the domestic water users, put it on the radio, put it in the paper. People didn't show up. So the controversy, Commissioner Romero, really stemmed from the fact that some people wanted to go with La Lama and some people wanted to go with Hondo Seco. That is not an issue anymore. We're going to become our own independent fire department.
And the staff is making that recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would also, Mr. Chairman, like to address the water thing. My brother, whom a lot of you know, I'm sure, Robert Romero, owns property at the bottom of the valley, and he has 2 enormous ponds, and he has volunteered that we can use that water as our supply source. He, unfortunately, like Mr. Alfred Cordova, spends the winter in, or fortunately for them, unfortunately for me, they spend the winter in Arizona, so they're not available. But my brother said to make the statement that his water is available. Those ponds are filled all year.
So Mr. Chairman, Ms. Romero, and everyone else, Ms. Nelson, you represent as an official board then of the community with regards to this. You were duly elected.
That's correct.
Fabi just asked that I clarify. We actually are a state-registered nonprofit. We don't have a 501c3, but we have bylaws. We have ways to operate. And great efforts have been made to try to get other people to come onto the board, including Mr. Cordova, who was invited to come to a meeting. He said he wanted to be on the board, and then he didn't show up at the meeting. And the other thing that I wanted to say about the meeting that was held after the Acequia Association meeting was that, as Fabi said, it was a dispute about substations. And I think that really has gone by the wayside, but I think the important point here is, I'm not even sure the extent to which, if we could get everybody to vote, an essential community service could somehow become an issue of a vote. I mean, this is something that a group wants to bring into the valley that's an essential service. We're in times of drought, times of dryness, times of great heat. You all, as the commissioner said, remember the fire of 1996, which started in San Cristobal. What if there had been a fire department that day? What if there had been a quick response? Who knows? But just something to consider.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sanchez, with regards to the grant that was allocated by the state, Mr. Bellis, I think you're the one that brought that up. Are there specific deadlines to that? And how would that be applied so that they could work with those monies immediately?
The money that was allocated under the name of the San Cristobal Volunteer Fire Department, which hadn't come, the group hadn't come in for you to actually be recognized, and we hadn't started the process through the state. So the money's basically been on hold. In speaking with the state representative, they would have to go back and change the verbiage on that to get the money reallocated if they were to become a substation of another entity. I think if we were to go this route right now, it would probably make that allocation of money to come back to the county for that use.
So to that end, then there is a sense of urgency to get approval today.
For that, and then to also get them started with their one-year probationary period that they have to go through per the state.
Okay.
I have a gentleman over here that'd like to. If you come up to the mic and just state your name for the record also.
My name is Leonard Ortiz, and I have family members that live up in San Cristobal. And my question was for Ms. Peggy Nelson, is if your duck pond issue that we had up there a couple years ago, where water wasn't being released into to the farmers downstream to irrigate for, because one of her main concerns was, she said that she was trying to make a duck pond there. That way the fire department can use that water to fight the fires, while the farmers downstream were not receiving any water at all. I'm wondering if you're going to be using the duck pond as we had in the meeting that time.
Let me just say that this is a complete red herring. Number one, it's not my pond. It belongs to Dimmy and Mike DeSanti, who are the adopted sons of Jenny and Craig Vincent. It has adjudicated water rights. Occasionally it gets a little bit of water. That's about it. It has nothing to do with the flow. In fact, it got no water this year from the ditch until the very tail end of the season, but it has absolutely nothing to do with this issue. The other thing that I'd like to say, if I can, is we really appreciate the efforts of the county to try to work on some land from the Forest Service with some joint agreement with them to have an additional bay for some of their equipment. But we also have the prospect of doing some internal fundraising to try to buy a very small piece of property within the valley if that doesn't work out. So,
did you have an additional comment?
No, that was just my question, was that if they were going to be using the pond there, which Jenny's...
The pond doesn't get enough consistent water to do what the ponds of Fabi's brother would do, which is provide a reliable water source. It just doesn't.
Commissioner Blankenhorn, and then we'll come back to you, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
From what my understanding was, the way the legislation was written was that $50,000 could be used to construct the station, the actual structure, because at that time, like I had mentioned, they did have a verbal agreement for transfer of property. Like I say, that agreement has been pulled back, so we would have to see about getting a parcel that they could use, whether we try and find it with a joint agreement through Forest Service or whether they could do the fundraising to purchase that. But it was my understanding that that money was to build the actual station.
So
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, the $50,000, according to Representative Bobby Gonzalez, to whom I spoke last week, is still there for us, and it can be used for building the firehouse. I think Mr. Sanchez will answer that.
If they came off, were successful in their first year and were recognized, they would get the same funding that Carson Fire Department did, which was in the area right around $50,000 a year annually from the state. Like I said, if their ISO rating is to come down, then that money would increase their annual funding. There's a amount of funding, like a base for each ISO rating. It could be actually over that based on the amount of money that the state brings in. They'll do the base plus a percentage. The other thing, if they were to do this now, they would still be prorated by the state for whatever time is from the time they're actually accepted to whenever the fiscal year starts. So it wouldn't be where we'd have to wait till the following fiscal year to get funding. They'd get a prorated amount.
And it's your recommendation?
It would be my recommendation. One of the things that we've talked to them about, and we made it perfectly clear, and this is something that I've gotten direction from State Fire Marshal's office, that even once they complete their year, any department can request an ISO inspection at that time. The reason why Hondo Seco got such a good rating was basically on their water shuttle, which was having the mutual aid capabilities of the other districts that surround them. Those districts have also been willing to say, you know what, we'll be there for you when that test has to take place. So in theory, I mean, in a year and a half, they could actually be going through an ISO inspection and come back and actually have a lower ISO number than a 9. They could be feasibly a 7 or even maybe on the verge of a 6.
Be available for operations. It's your opinion that the location of San Cristobal and the alternatives available for firefighting are such that a station in a standalone station in San Cristobal is the best solution for the health and safety?
I believe it is. I mean, if you look at a municipality, you put a station approximately every 3 miles, or that's usually about the cutoff, because every 3 miles is what they consider a substation. So there's more funding streams and more funding mechanisms at that time. Having that kind of 6-mile gap between Hondo Seco to San Cristobal and the same mileage to Lama kind of raises concern. The other benefit is with having a department there, once maybe in a year or two, if we can find them a tender, that a large piece of apparatus that can shuttle more water, then it also benefits their neighboring districts, because then they can provide mutual aid and get more water to those locations as well. So it's one of those partnerships that it not only benefits San Cristobal, it's going to benefit Lama, it's going to benefit Hondo Seco.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, members of San Cristobal, I am in full support of the fire department. What I am against is I talked to Mr. Cordova. In fact, he was instrumental on getting the 50,000. So he wants to come down. He said he'd be here in a week. So that's why I'm trying to table it so we could have some input from this gentleman. His brother Felipe had also donated some property to the fire department, an acre, my understanding. So that's why I want to table this and let them come in and hear two sides of the story. You know, to me, it's like I say, I support it, but I'd like to hear from the other members of the community. And like you said, Ms. Romero, it was political. I think, you know, in rural areas such as San Cristobal, most of those people are related. So, you know, so they go to the meetings, and I don't think it's political myself, because if they're going to go and speak on what they want, you know, even though they are related, I mean, I don't think it's a political thing, Ms. Romero. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez, if you discuss this with Alfred Cordova, he would tell you it's because he wanted to go with Hondo Seco, and some of us didn't. Like I said, this is not an issue anymore. We are not going to go with Hondo Seco or La Loma. I can't imagine that Mr. Cordova would be opposed to a fire department in San Cristobal. So I don't know what the issue would be if it's no longer having to choose between the two.
And I don't think he wants the fire department. He's for it. He just wants to be here to be able to talk, touch, and have his concerns, you know, heard for the commissioners to hear his voice on this. You know, we've heard Joe's. I like to hear theirs, just to be on the up and up with everybody, to be fair with them. You know.
Chairman, Commissioners, let me just kind of go back. Like I said, I attended 4 meetings. In the 4 meetings, and I know the county manager was there for one of them, it's usually been just a handful of people, and it's been the same people at every meeting. And even though we've tried starting the meeting with, let's look at what the benefit is to the community, it always comes back to the ISO rating. and people are afraid of the ISO rating. One of the options that was even brought up was, well, what if we went with Hondo Seco and in 2 years or 3 years' time, we decided to become our own entity at that point? And I explained to them that is a true option, but no matter at what time they decide to become their own entity, they are going to have to go through a 1-year probationary through the state, and they will go to a 10. Whether in those 3-year period, Hondo Seco was to go down to a 4. Once they decide to step out on their own, it's going to revert back to a 10. So I think if the hangup with some of the community is the ISO rating, it's one of those issues that it's just going to have to be overcome, and I think it's going to be harder to overcome if that ISO rating for just that fringe of people continues to become lower, and it does affect their insurance rating, and then 5-10 years from now they decide to go out on their own. It's going to be a major hit going from a 4 back to a 10 for a year and a half, or however long it takes them to work back their ISO rating back down.
So, Mr. Chairman, it is still your recommendation that we approve this, or give it our blessing today?
It would be my recommendation. There's nothing that says that if something drastic happened that this couldn't be dissolved, but I think just to get the process going, it needs to be started. This is something that I've been attending meetings since about April, or probably even March. And like I say, I've gone to the meeting and it's always reverted right back to that same subject matter. And even though I've told them you shouldn't start the meeting with what the ISO benefits are, look at what the benefit is to life, health, and the environment in your community, and what it means to have a fire department in the community that can resolve those issues, the ISO will work its way in. If the community is committed to making a good fire department, that ISO rating will come down on its own. So I think they're trying to hang the ISO rating on the driver of this.
Mr. Sanchez, it seems like there's a confusion here, but in the meetings that you attended, the question that was asked, I guess, or that was passed around, were we going to be a part of Hondo Seco, or are we going to be a part of Llama? And today we're coming that we want a standalone department, but the question then at those particular meetings were we going to be Hondo, or are we going to be
Where it was
Llama?
coming apart was Llama has always been more willing to assist the community members of San Cristobal. They go to training over there, they're participating over there, they're actually assisting Llama, because they actually had to be covered by insurance, they actually had to sign up as members of Llama Fire Department to be covered under the county insurance. So they've been getting the support from Llama. The drawback there is Llama is a 9, and they haven't worked to get their ISO rating down. So that brought in why they didn't want to, or some of the people didn't want to go with Llama, was because they drove back to the ISO rating. Now with Hondo Seco, they want to go with Hondo Seco because of the 9, but the willingness hasn't been there from the Hondo Seco department. There's been times where they've offered them, well, attend our meeting, do this, do that, and then they've said, well, we'll get back to you, and then there's been a delay in getting back, or there's been outright refusal. So that's kind of been the reason why they've decided not to go there, because they don't know if Hondo Seco was to bring them in, if they would even get any of that $11,000 that they would get from state funding back to the community. There's nothing in the way the county does the fiscal agency that we could tell them it has to be allocated there, and there's nothing in the state that says that it has to be allocated back into that community where the substation is. So that could just be an additional $11,000 that leaves the Hondo Seco Fire Department the determination of where they would spend it.
And so, again, you know, I know Commissioner Sanchez, this is your district, and you're requesting to table. Would this, if we tabled till our emergency meeting on Tuesday, would this affect this 50,000 in any way?
That I'm not sure of. We're getting close to the beginning of the new session of when the committees have to meet and stuff before the new session takes place after the first of the year. So I'm not sure how close we are into having that timeline be put into play. I don't know if the county manager has anything on that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, basically when the allocation happens, it's for a 3-year allocation. I'm not sure if it happened last year when the allocation was in there. If we need to redivert that money, we can redivert it, but it's a 3-year allocation that's in there. So I think we have time in that aspect. The issue becomes that they would not be eligible to go back and receive additional funds if they don't have this settled, I guess, prior to the next legislative session in January.
So, Steve, again, Would it affect it on Tuesday if on Tuesday we made a decision a week from today?
I do not believe so, no, sir.
Okay, just curious. Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sanchez, how many members are in the Lama Fire Department? Do you know, Eric?
I think Eric.
I think there are about 8.
8 of them?
Altogether. Mhm.
And like I say, I'm supportive of it, but I would like to get some feedback from other members. That's all I want. I want to hear from the other members of the community, see what they want, you know? And that way it's fair to everybody.
Commissioner, you know, it isn't that we don't want to work with Alfred, and I think that we've shown kind of an exemplary approach to working with Alfred, and we continue to intend to include him on the board of directors, so it's not like we're going to exclude him or those who think as Alfred does. And it's a healthy environment for us to have, you know, kind of contrary opinions on the board and come up with something that's workable for the community. So in that respect, it's not like we want to ostracize Alfred Cordova or his family or anyone who's of a different understanding as to how to approach this. So I think that, you know, as far as I'm concerned, Alfred's part of our group. It's just that he's not here today.
And I respect that. Yeah.
We would like to include him in the decision-making process. And I want to say that we had offered him to come to a meeting so that we could ask him a few questions to become a board member.
Right.
And he had to go to Arizona to a car race, so that was that. But, you know, like, an ongoing dialogue is important for our community. And because we are representatives of the community, we're not individuals, Peggy or Fabi or Joseph or me, but we are representatives of the voice of the community. And we are seeking to listen to the tone of the community and to interpret that as well as we can to protect life and property and to provide assistance to the greater Taos County wherever we're asked to do so.
Well, thank you, Eric, also, Mr. Chairman, and I respect that, you know. And like you just said, the tone of the community, that's why I'm trying to include others so I could hear their tone. Maybe have a meeting next Tuesday. Like
Chairman and Commissioners, Chris Cote, I'm Deputy Chief of the Latir Fire Department, and I speak on behalf of the Enchanted Circle Regional Fire Protection Association, saying we fully endorse this, and it's been a tremendous support system for all the fire departments in Taos County and some in Colfax County, and this organization will be here to support this fire department. Thanks.
Mr. Blankenhorn?
So the
department in San Cristobal. We've heard from staff with some really very compelling arguments why a volunteer fire department should be established. I'm hesitant to put this decision off. I think it's the right decision to make is to give our recognition of this volunteer fire department. I certainly would look forward to hearing from Mr. Cordova. I read his letter. You know, the letter seemed to be leaning more towards a Hondo Seco solution, which we have heard is not a good solution. But for my part, I would like to approve this today based on everything that we've heard. And, you know, like I said, I'm certainly would be willing to hear from Mr. Cordova in the future, and he's a member of the board, and I'm sure he'd get his input within the board's processes also.
Commissioner Romero?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Romero and Ms. Nelson and others, do you have an official letter or some documentation from the Arroyo Hondo Fire Department reneging on the proposal? Is there anything, or was it all verbal?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, it has all been verbal. As of last week, I had a conversation with Chief Jaramillo, and he basically told me that he has trouble himself. He has 22 people on his roster. He said he has trouble himself finding people to go out on calls with him. And he was kind of concerned that if he took on San Cristobal, it would get worse. That was his concern to me.
And as far as your volunteer base, you're putting that together?
Yes, we already have 4 people. Eric, how many people are training?
3.
3 people are training, and we have a training meeting on Thursday night, and I think there's about 6 more coming. La Lama is training us. Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Commissioner Blankenhorn's discussion was not in the form of a motion, correct?
There's a motion on the table.
There is a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, and
Table it, Chairman.
can you reiterate your motion?
Vice Chairman, I would like to still follow through on my motion so I could, and the reason I do that is to have the community members, the others that are not here today, I'd like to hear their concerns. Motion to table it.
There is a motion on the floor, dies for the lack of a second. Mr. Archuleta, if a motion was passed today, could then we ask in that motion that we have some more conversation about this? You know, as far as Commissioner Sanchez's concerns with Mr. Cordova?
I think we can have any conversations that the commission would like to have, or hear any concerns that the commission would like to hear in the future.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and set a motion that this commission go ahead and approve or bless the approval of the wishes of the individuals, the board members of the San Cristobal, proposed San Cristobal Fire Department. Nonetheless, like Commissioner Sanchez, I am also concerned there is no room for politics, and I you know, and when it comes to our safety, and many of you have reiterated that, there is a need to be able to provide that protection at any cost to our citizens and to the individuals living in the community. And so I'm also going to go on the advice of our staff, Mr. Alan Sanchez, based on what he has recommended, that we need to move forward with this. But I also want to see the community working together. I have a great deal of respect for Mr. Cordova. He was a principal many years ago when I was a student. And so I do have a great deal of respect for him, but I also want to make sure that everybody is aware of this and that the community works together to accomplish this project.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to alert the commission. I don't know the nuts and bolts of what the resolution that's provided for in the state statute, and I'm just not familiar with exactly what it requires.
So Mr. Chairman, I motion to include the discussion, the suggestion that our attorney, Mr. Malone, has made.
We have a motion and a friendly second. Any further?
Could you what was that? Motion was
For approval by this commission of the San Cristobal Volunteer Fire Department, as has been proposed. But Commissioner Sanchez, and I know that you're very interested in this, also making sure that all other members of the community are heard, including Mr. Cordova and his family. But as Ms. Romero stated earlier, there are, in fact, 255 members in the community. So we want to hear from them as much as possible.
We do have a motion on the floor. We do have a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead,
With
Commissioner.
how you amended that, that's the reason I want people to come and speak. So.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wilbur?
Mr. Art Wilbur?
Art, if you would sit with these guys, I know you just went through this process, and I think you did a good job in bringing people in your community together. And if you would, if you would shed any light, I know you have, there's some other equipment out there that's a possibility that they might be able to acquire. I would recommend that you guys work with them. I think it would be an asset.
We have to say, Eric and I visited with Chief Wilbur, and he generously gave us 2 hours of time where he provided a ton of information for us.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Commissioners, you wish to take a, Mr. Malone, you wish to take a 5-minute break? 5-minute break? Yeah, just take a 5-minute break. We have a motion.
I'll second.
And a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Look, my phone starts ringing while we take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sorry.
We'll take breaks or 4 breaks throughout the...
Commissioners, do you have a motion to come back into session?
Second, Mr. Chairman?
And a second. Call for the vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We'll go to Department Matters, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following. Human Resources, Mr. Brent Jaramillo, approval of position and job description for code compliance recycling official. Mr. Edward Martinez, our solid waste director. I guess have them both. Oh, he ran out.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Brent.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. We have before you a request to approve a position and job description for code compliance and recycling official. Ms. Abby Martinez and Mr. Martinez worked on the job description, and then they forwarded it over to my office, and we also worked with Mr. Malone on the job description. This is a pay grade 13, which is $14.09 an hour. And there is budget sufficiency for the remainder of this fiscal year. Mr. Leandro Cordova has also sat with Mr. Martinez for next fiscal year. So this will be a reoccurring cost to the solid waste department. I'm going to let Mr. Martinez talk about why he wants this position, because he could better articulate it than myself. But I'll stand for any questions on the job description.
Mr. Martinez.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm here before you folks today for my compliance officer and recycling. I need this gentleman because of all the illegal dumping that we have throughout Taos County, and he's a big part that would help enforce these issues that we have. Also to enforce the tarping law at all our transfer stations to make sure that all our loads are tarps, so that we don't lose trash out on the roadways, and also to enforce our punch cards to make sure that everybody has their punch cards when they come into our transfer stations.
Mr. Chairman, Edward, I fully agree with your request. I was at a board meeting at the El Valle de los Ranchos office in Llano Quemado this previous Wednesday, Mr. Chairman. And as I was sitting there, I have a view through the window to the road that goes up to the hot springs in the Miranda Canyon area. And 3 trucks in less than an hour and a half passed with trash on that road. Unfortunately, it got dark, and so I wasn't able to see if 2 came back with the load or not. But one of them didn't. And with that, I've also seen and I've heard from a lot of the folks that live up on that road area that they get constant people, residents from who knows where, constantly dumping trash at the old landfill in Llano Quemado. There's also the issue of a lot of gunfire out there, target practicing and whatever is going on. at all hours of the day. And so that in itself has been addressed with the sheriff, I believe. I don't know if he's responded. But with regards to our code compliance officer, I really believe that you need that extra help out there. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and set the motion at this time to approve this.
And Commissioners, I'll go ahead and second. Any further discussion? I do have a little, Mr. Martinez. We have that tarping law in effect, correct? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. It's been an ordinance. It hasn't really been enforced.
Okay.
Our transfer station attendants, they don't want to, some of them feel threatened that they're so isolated that if they ask these people for their cards, they feel that there will be retaliation against them. That's why, as his code enforcement officer, he would take more of the brunt or the blame, of why we have to enforce these and kind of take the focus off our attendants. So, I mean, with that being said,
So, Mr. Martinez, like there on 64, I know there's accumulation of trash, and everybody goes through there and nobody's tarped. Is there somebody at the dump that's supposed to enforce that also?
At our last landfill board meeting, I believe Mr. Commissioner Romero was there. We are working with French Espinosa from the town of Taos that runs the landfill on being in they've piggybacked off our ordinance so that we're all in compliance, that we're all on the same page, where if we're going to be asking our attendants at our transfer stations to tarp, they will be doing the same at the landfill also.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also Mr. Martinez, thank you so much for all the hard work. I know it's sometimes it's rough for you. Now that with this person coming on board, it's going to help you quite a bit.
It'll help me immensely, and with my employee of the month, Rodrigo Rivera, is my recycling specialist. He's a really big part of our recycling that we have through town, through the county, and everything. The solid waste. My employees have a lot of. It's without them, it wouldn't be the way it is.
Thank you, sir.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted to alert the Commission that Mr. Martinez and I have been meeting with law enforcement. We actually have given the statutes to law enforcement, asked them if they would please enforce that. We've also been meeting with the media, asking the media, which you've seen several write-ups in the Taos News about the trash around Taos County and some of these other areas that's going out there. And we've also, as a third hit, we've also met with the district judges in order to help with that. Judge Shannon was here last Commission meeting. So this is just another step in the process of actually enforcing what's going on out there in the community, not allowing for illegal dumping, but also making sure that people who are traveling to our transfer sites or to the dump, that they're actually tarped and protecting our community from the illegal trash blowing that's going on out there.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add, traditionally Llano Quemado and Talpa and Ranchos have always been the kind of like the dumping communities of the valley, of the Taos Valley. Whenever people have refuse, from the get-go, from the beginnings of Taos, I think everybody has gone out to the land grants and that's where they dump their trash. And unfortunately, there still is a mindset out there that they feel they can do so. What they don't realize is that these are private lands, and that they're definitely creating a very negative effect, aesthetically as well as environmentally by doing what they continue doing. And one of the suggestions that I would make, Mr. Chairman, is we have two public buildings, the El Valle de los Ranchos office, which is well fenced, and so is the community center in Llano Quemado. And I would suggest to our manager and to staff, Mr. Martinez, that you look at possibly installing some sort of a camera system that would keep track of what vehicles are passing through this road, since there is no way out of that entire road area. Look at the possibility of installing a camera system that would keep track of vehicles and license plates that are passing on this road.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners, we have Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yeah, I just had a question. What was the
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the same one that was just allocating the money to do it so that we could move the position forward.
take some time, but I definitely appreciate the effort and have confidence going forward.
I've also noticed that since we've kind of together, I've seen a lot more trucks with their loads tarped. I mean, quite a bit. You know, they we tell them at the transfer station, you know, they got to start tarping. With speaking with friends, we're targeting January 1st to put it out in the media, to put it out in the Taos News and in the radio stations, you know, stating starting December 1st or January 1st, excuse me, all loads must be tarped going into the landfill and into the transfer stations, you know, and just to let them know that, you know, we are keeping an eye out on them.
Thank you. So we do have a motion, do have a second. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good day.
The second one is approval of a position and job description for a system administrator in replacement of the MIS Technician 2 position. Mr. Conrad Cordova or
Yes,
Brent?
I'm not sure if the commissioners are aware that Mr. Bradley Spencer has resigned, and tomorrow's his last day with Taos County. I'll let Mr. Cordova speak to his reasoning, but we did want to upgrade the position and give this position a little bit more duties. Renee Valdez worked with Mr. Cordova on the changes to the job descriptions and then coming up with the new pay grade. So there would be a change from pay grade 18 to pay grade 20. Pay grade 18 is 1709 starting pay, and pay grade 20 is 1847. Currently, the position is budgeted for $18.68, so there is budget sufficiency for this position. And I'll let Mr. Cordova speak to the changes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Before you is the job description change, and the reason for this is, as Mr. Jaramillo pointed out, Mr. Spencer is on his way out, and tomorrow is his last day. With the increasing complexity changes in our computing environment, I need somebody that can look at some of these changes that I have to implement, and I'm going to bring in some new technologies. And so I need somebody with some greater job skills. Some of the changes are virtual machines, which allow you to install multiple servers onto a physical machine, and that's one of the biggest things. And the deployment of PCs through a imaging type of solution. So I need somebody that has more skills than what Bradley does currently right now, and that's why I made the changes. And that's what I'm presenting to you, is these changes.
Commissioners?
Shame on him that he would take another job that pays more.
He's actually taking a job that pays significantly more.
Very good. Well, good luck to him, and motion for approval, Mr. Chairman.
And this was recommendation of staff, Mr. Arch?
Yes, it is. Recommendation of staff.
We do have a motion, and as second, any further discussion? Mr. Blanco, none? Not call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Resolutions and ordinances, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following: Resolution 2013-61, a resolution of the County Commission endorsing the efforts of D.H. Lawrence Ranch Alliance and the Friends of D.H. Lawrence to the D.H. Lawrence Ranch is a vibrant educational, cultural, and historical landmark through sharing arrangements with the University of New Mexico. Mr. Archuleta, is this something you're taking on?
Mr. Chairman, as you're well aware of, that the last commission meeting, representatives from the D.H. Lawrence Ranch spoke in front of the commission, referenced this resolution. Staff neglected to get it on the agenda, and so we have it before you, and we stand for any questions. Reference the resolution.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Very quick.
Mr. Malone.
paragraph.
Mm.
Taos. I think we can change by interlineation to say County Commission of Taos County, but I want to alert you to that mistake.
Mr. Chairman, with that change, Commissioner Sanchez? With that change.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and second, but I wanted to make a couple of changes within the first two whereases. Sorry about that. Frida Lawrence intended her property near, instead of her property. And then on the second line, D.H. Lawrence Ranch, comma, be given instead of to be given. And then on the second whereas, the D.H. Lawrence Ranch is closed to public access. Or is it a current, has it been, or is it currently still closed?
Currently still is my understanding.
So we can say is better?
Modifies the 5 years.
Okay. Okay,
Has been
so
closed for 5 years.
if we can at least make the corrections on the first whereas.
So we can we get a friendly motion to that with those changes? And a second?
Yeah, second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Everything okay with that, Mr. Malone? Okay. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Sometimes being multilingual, bilingual can get you in trouble.
Resolution 2013-662, a resolution on preempt of local authority. Tammy Jaramillo.
Good morning, Chairman and Board of Commissioners. I come before you, before the Commission for approval of the Taos County Resolution 2013-62, a resolution on preemption of local authority. This resolution is basically mirroring the resolution that was approved by the Association of Counties Board on October 18th of 2013. This is without going through the whole resolution, but for Taos County to oppose any proposal or legislation that would preempt local government authority by taking from counties the authority to utilize revenues generated by local taxes in the best interest of their citizens. This is the second 1/8 that we've been speaking about.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly appreciate Ms. Jaramillo bringing this forward, and but I also wanted to hear from Ms. Ana Martinez, our county clerk, who was able to attend that particular board meeting of the Association of Counties while I was gone.
At that meeting, everybody was in support of it, and so I believe that it would be okay to approve it.
Were the effects of how things would work if it was in fact changed, were those talked about, and some of the negative effects, the detriment that it would cause the counties, was that shared?
It was. I would have to go back to my meeting minutes to be able to, yeah.
But in fact, it would be very detrimental to
right. It would
counties.
be.
Yeah. Okay. Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. And a second. Discussion. Tammy, I'm just curious, you know, I know that you work real hard in that position, and what's the possibility of this funding source or this funding going away because of the new Health Care Act that's nobody can get online to?
Well, that's something that's going to be just unknown until it actually gets implemented, because we also do pay the co-payments for a lot of seniors and individuals that are eligible for the fund. So even if they are on a plan, there's going to be some individuals that will need assistance on the co-payments as well. So it's definitely going to have an impact for the county if HSD is able to implement what they're requesting.
All right, any further discussion? Liz, were you raising your hand? Oh. Yeah. Call for the vote, please.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. So go under contracts, agreements, MOUs, and bids, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following. Request for approval of MOU with Picoris Pueblo for snow removal. Mr. Rick Chavez, Public Works Director. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was put on by our paralegal. This was an agreement that we had last year. I believe it was kind of brokered by Commissioner Duran in an effort to allow us to pave Picoris Road with CBG grants a couple of years ago. So I don't have a sense of, as it was agreed to keep renewing it. I haven't looked at the agreement. I don't know if there's language there that says that we have an option to renew.
Mr. Chairman, this is an agreement that we've had for many years with Picoris Pueblo, and it's very much needed with regards to snow removal, so I'll go ahead and move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So we go on to item B, a request for approval of maintenance agreement between the New Mexico Department of Transportation and the Taos County for roadway lighting at the intersection of New Mexico 68 and New Mexico 570. Mr. Chavez.
This was brought to us by the DOT. They are currently, they have programmed this project and are currently designing it. It is lighting and not signalization at 68 and 570. So all installations like lighting or signals, the county has to pay for the maintenance. In the past, agreements did not include that we are responsible, or the counties or cities for that matter, are responsible for damages like accidents. But since in the recent past it has changed, so we are responsible to, if one is knocked out, we have to put it out, in addition to paying the utility.
So Rick, you said this is lighting, not signalization. Speak to that.
Lights, street lights, signals?
Yeah, but it's not a signal?
That signal is luminaires. Like.
So it's just going to be a lighted intersection, you mean by lights just being, or is there going to be a big flashing yellow light?
Luminaire.
Okay, so just a lighted intersection.
Yeah, and I believe there was 3 or 4 luminaires that they're planning to install.
I was concerned that they were going to put a light at the bottom of the hill there, and I mean,
signal.
Signal. I would not want to be stopped there or try to stop there if you really had to in a big.
That's for the future.
And Mr. Chairman, this is again, thank you, Rick, for representing Taos County on that. But there have also been other staff members, including our manager and Mike Trujillo, that have worked collaboratively with the State Highway Department. And again, this is just another example of what can happen if departments and governments can work together. It is something that's much needed on that intersection of State Highway 68 and the road, the intersection road that goes to the little community of Pilar. In fact, it's a very busy intersection, especially in the summertime, and so much appreciated. With regards to the damages that are done on if a vehicle is to hit it or if wind knocks it down or whatever, are these insured by the county so that they can be replaced, or how does that work?
I don't believe they're insured, although we do have an opportunity if the folks who hit them are identified, that we can go after their insurances, just like any other feature like guardrail, we've been able to get funds from their insurances, but a lot of times people, have accidents and then they take off and we never know who they are. In fact, a case in point is the intersection at the old blinking light. That one we repaired last year, a couple of years ago, at a tune of about $16,000. There was 2 that I replaced, and now there's 1 missing again. So we have to look into that. I have to assess or determine what kind of how much it's going to cost, because I only have $20,000 in that line item with a pending sign order of about $2,000 that'll go against that. Plus lights that are go on and off at 518 and 68, lights at old 570, C110 and 68 that are out. Those we also repaired, in addition to the ones at 518 and at the post office last year, again for about $13,000. So that just goes to show that like with this new installation in Pilar, we're going to have to then budget for those anticipated costs. Not only the utilities, which we can make a good estimation, but if they get hit or if they go out.
Mr. Chairman, I understand there's normal wear and tear, but is it possible for the county to buy insurance to be able to replace these items if they are in fact hit by a vehicle or a truck or even just an act of Mother Nature? Isn't there an insurance that the county could get to cover these?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, I'm not aware of one, but we can look into that and see if there's anything under our current pool or any other insurances. I can also send an email out to the manager's affiliate and see if any other county is doing that type of insurance.
Very good.
Okay. So, Commissioners,
I made a motion for approval, Mr. Chairman.
We have a second and a second. Rick, just probably you were talking about payment of stuff like that, but on signs, if is it determined if they are on state right of way? The reason I'm bringing it up on the other side of the bridge, the road.
64, U.S.
Western Road.
The West Rim Road. At the very end of where we paved, do they keep stealing the signs there or something? There's nothing that tells you this way to Taos or that way to Ojo Caliente, or, there's no signs over there anymore. I don't know if they keep, I know at one time somebody took a sawzall and cut those off. There's a lot of people, that turn is kind of hard anyway. And if there's no sign telling you that this way's to Taos and they land up going down the Pilar Hill there.
Yeah, there's several things, they like the vandalism you just noted, but also a lot of bullet holes. But on the West Rim getting to 567, there was end of road sign array. That is gone, although the DOT has put other signs. I don't remember exactly what they are, but we can reinstall that one on their right of way, of course with their permission and approval. But it'll just be a recurring thing, we
keep stealing them.
or cutting them off or taking them, and that happens all over the place,
I just noticed that one because we use that road quite frequently, and you're coming from, I want to say Ojo Caliente, and you're coming in this direction, and there's if you don't really pay attention, you can go right by that intersection and not even know.
But I'll work with the DOT to put not only directional, with Pilar or other destinations, but we can put those up.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Request for approval of a lease agreement with the NCRTD for parking space, Mr. Bellis. And he must have stepped out of the room, but I know Mr. Mike Kelly from the RTD is also here. He's the Operations and Facilities Director. So after Mr. Bellis, if Mike, you would like to step in, but let's see what Mr. Bellis, I know there's a item in our agenda. Yeah, that's right. On the NCRTD parking, Mr. Bellis, sorry.
About that, we're just meeting with one of our vendors. Just we're asking that the agreement be approved. It's been reviewed by legal counsel for both the county and for the North and Central Transit. And it's just to allow them to park their vehicles in the lot over here. We have a verbal agreement on another portion, which is that we've lost some spare tires and gasoline and had some vehicle damages over there, and they're aware of that. So they wanted to improve the lighting. We want to fence it in as long as we're doing the fencing on the other portion by the planning building. Also to position a security camera. Initially, one of ours from over here on this building, which we have the ability already to do that, and then eventually one on the planning building. We feel that would secure their vehicles as well as ours, and they've given us a verbal that they would be able to do that. However, since we don't have prices, we didn't want to hold up this agreement because, as Commissioner Romero is aware, Commissioner Baroni's been working on some options with the folks to extend service and maybe swap some lines with the Chile line that would allow us, for the first time, Taos could become a hub with the vehicles positioned here to then radiate out to Angel Fire, the Ski Valley, Red River, out to TP. And that would be fantastic because that would allow people to stay here in their hotels and through the one system be able to get to all the destinations throughout the county. So again, we wanted to get that going as soon as possible, and we'll come back to you with a second agreement if it's required for county commission approval that would deal with the security measures over there.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I wholly recommend or really think that this is a good thing to do. The Blue Bus is definitely one of those great assets to this community that our entities can provide to the residents of Taos County. And so I'm going to go ahead and move to approve this lease agreement with the NCRTD. And also with that, thank Commissioner Baroni. He's been on the board. You're chairman of the board, right?
Yes, sir.
And so a lot of effort has been made on his behalf to do these things as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that, and also I want to thank you for the bus stop up in Costilla. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The people came forward and asked for it, and we turned it over to staff at NCRTD, and they were able to work those with some savings that we had. And Mr. Kelly, you want to chime in? And
Chairman, members of the board, and I want to thank you, and I want to also thank Mr. Bellis for his time and efforts to walk this through and steer it to the right direction. And we are really pleased to be a part of this community, and this is a part of our district. We have 20 routes that serve 4 counties, and 5 of those 20 routes are here in the Taos County. And we're very pleased to provide that service, and we know the need that's here, and we look forward to growing with the service in the future and a continual cooperative agreement with the folks here. And it's just been a good thing, and we want to thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, the commissioners, Mr. Kelly, thank you so much, and I understand we're working on the one in San Cristobal still.
We're still got it on the plate and making slow progress, but we're getting there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, when there is room for expansion, sir, want you to consider Tres Piedras and the rest of the Carson area. But I'm also chairman of the Intergovernmental Council, the IGC, which represents the communities of Red River and Angel Fire and Eagle Nest. And I understand that it serves the Red River area at this point.
Yes, sir.
But the members of the governmental entities from Angel Fire and Eagle Nest have really would like to see the Blue Bus going out to those areas. And I understand, well, of course, that these both the village of Angel Fire and Eagle Nest are in Colfax County. And so maybe sometime in the very near future we could meet to discuss the opportunity that lies there, whether it's in fact feasible or not. I realize that the blue bus is supported by a tax, and maybe Commissioner Baroni can elaborate on that. But if it's something that is applicable in Colfax County, I would certainly like to see the county and the blue bus, the NRTD, and Colfax County working together to be able to accomplish the route in this Enchanted Circle area.
Sure, understand that, and we're looking forward to meeting and speaking about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Romero, under the Commissioner's report, I did put NCRTD, and I will speak to that, the possibilities and the things that we can do. So I will speak a little bit more about it later. So we do have a motion. We do have a second. Call for the vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. It's all right. So thank you, Mike. The request for approval of an award and contract of TCC 2013-116 for RFP 2014-02 for the county lobbyist service to Motiva Corporation, Steve Archuleta, Taos County Manager, and Elsa Vigil, Purchasing Officer.
Good morning, almost as good afternoon. Today we are requesting approval for award and contract for the county lobbyist services. We have placed out an RFP that was out for quite a while, and we did receive one response, which is Motiva Corporation. He met all requirements that were requested within the RFP, and a selection committee had met, and after extensive and good discussion with the selection committee, they felt that this corporation would be able to meet the needs through the RFP that we put out for county lobbyists. So this is why we're here today, to get approval.
Okay. Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I stand before you today again to introduce Mr. Robert Apodaca, not a stranger to Taos County, born and raised in my little town north of here, which is Arroyo Seco. Both of us grew up within that area. But as you can look at his qualifications and experience that he has there, he's actually been appointed by our current president as the Assistant Chief of the West and Natural Resources Conservation Services. He was also part of the Richardson administration and has a lot of experience in working in some of the endeavors that Taos County is looking to take forward. And so I asked for approval of this contract, but I also asked Mr. Apodaca to come forward today and be here so that if the commission had any questions of him, or that he could introduce his corporation to the commission.
We'd love to hear from him, especially a local boy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve, also thank you. Mr. Chair, Commission, thank you for having me here today. I've known most of you for a number of years, worked with a number of the gentlemen on this commission in past years on a number of different issues throughout throughout my time with the Department of Finance and Administration, whether it was on capital outlay, whether it was on local E911 issues, DWI initiatives. I look forward to working with you. I've taken a look at some of the priorities that you guys have listed on the ICIP. It looks like you guys have a number of road projects that you guys have listed. I'd at some point love to sit with Steve, with the team and commission at some point, just to kind of get a broader picture of kind of the direction that the county wants to move in, to see how I can help in some of those endeavors with the different aspects of the different funding sources and different initiatives that I'm aware of. So, Mr. Chair, Commission members, again, I thank you. Look forward to working with you guys in the future.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Mr. Apodaca, welcome on board. You've done hard work. I've seen in the past when we were up at the legislature. I met you up there in Washington, D.C. several times, and you're like Mr. Archuleta. You guys get out there and hit the road running. You know, I guess everybody from Seco does that. Yeah, a lot of good people up in that area. Welcome on board.
Thank you. Thank you,
And
Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Apodaca, as I mentioned to you before, we do have a meeting here in town with some of the veterans initiatives, and then IGC actually on December 12th, which is Commissioner Romero, our Vice Chair Romero is the person that sits on the IGC board, and on December 12th, we actually meet with the representative and the senator to discuss those items that were on that list. So I just, so you have that opportunity too, if you happen to be around.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to elaborate on that, Mr. Apodaca, welcome, first of all. It's in fact a luncheon that's going to take place at the old county courthouse in the mural room.
Okay.
And please be sure to attend if you can.
Mr. Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So that we can move some of our projects forward, and I know you'll be a big help in that. So welcome. It's always good to have a constituent, in your area. Are you registered to vote? Oh.
I do have a question, you know, as we continue to hear, like from the Forest Service, and we continue to hear from the federal government, the state government about regionalization, consolidation, and I think it's easier when you are going with one project for several entities. They can give you larger or possibly get larger amounts of money because it's actually covering a broader base, so that the projects that were being asked for can be completed instead of started, and then a funding cycle of 5 or 6 years to complete a project. By regionalization and consolidation, we can get more bang for the buck. Is that kind of what?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's exactly what's happening. In fact, over the last 6 to 7 years, whether you're looking at the local government level, state level, or even the federal level, the different governmental entities have been looking at, does it make sense to regionalize? How do we collaborate our efforts on a broader basis, as opposed to, you have pots of money that are shrinking more and more each day. So, how they distribute this money has to be done more effectively and efficiently. So I think you have a number of different projects within the region that you can look at some of those aspects with. Again, when you're talking about the federal government, the Forest Service, the NRCS, even the BLM and the Bureau of Reclamation, some of those entities, you can work with, coordinate their funding sources, getting some of your priorities on, and also at the state level. So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I totally agree with your assessment.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? We do have a contract before us. I don't think, sorry.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I just also wanted to mention that I know that Taos County has a list of priorities in its IP list, but I've also asked Mr. Apodaca to meet with each one of the commissioners individually so that he can also talk about issues that are specific to your areas. I know that we have some water issues on some of our mutual domestics around Taos County. We also have some fireland issues on some of our other properties, and so any of those issues also I'd ask you to please bring up with Mr. Apodaca, and we'll see what funding sources or availability for referrals are in the future. So he will be contacting the commissioners individually to just talk about your district specifically, not necessarily the overall goal of Taos County in that aspect.
Bring a lot of paper.
So, Mr. Malone, this was reviewed by you or your staff, and
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
We do have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we'll go ahead and go on and request for approval of contract with Advanced Tower Services, Inc., Mr. Richard Sanchez. And Mr. Sanchez, I almost called you last night about midnight because when I was reading this thing, I was half asleep. And I said, why in the heck is he trying to hire some tower service. And then I rested for a few minutes and I read it again and I said,
It's a tower, not a tower.
Yeah. So, go ahead. Sorry
Chairman,
about that.
Chairman, Commissioners, before you is the contract for the communications tower that we wish to erect at 599 Lovato Place. It also includes some of the electrical infrastructure from the existing panel boxes to the proposed dispatch consoles and server room in the building. This tower will serve multiple purposes, whether 911 stays in its present location or is moved to 599 or is used as emergency operations for Taos County. Before you is the contract and requesting your approval.
Chairman?
Commissioner?
What is the height of it going to be?
This tower right now is, that we're purchasing is 75 feet. Our attorney, we do have a 50-foot restriction in the town. We may have to apply for a variance. I don't know that we will, but we are requesting to purchase a 75-foot tower. The top section can always be left off. The radiography, a 50-foot tower should be adequate, but if the Forest Service, as they intend to move over, and other entities, the additional space and height will give us better coverage for everybody involved and less clutter.
Okay. Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
We do, go ahead. I'll second it pending for discussion, Mr. Malone.
Mr. Chairman, I gotten this approved or reviewed by the contractor, and I would ask the commission to give me authority to make minor changes if they need minor changes. If there's anything major that they require, I'll come back to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I'll amend my motion to include Mr. Malone's minor changes if necessary on this contract.
I'll second that, but Richard, go ahead.
Sign with those minor changes.
Third amendment to the motion to include the chairman, the ability to sign on the contract.
But Richard, you said that you may or may not need to go for a variance. When will we know? You hate to buy a 75-foot antenna if you're not going to be able to put it up.
The last 25 feet is the least expensive part of the project, but I would prefer that we put a 75-foot antenna for multiple reasons. Our project here exceeds all the height restrictions in the Town of Taos Land Use Development Code. We did not go before the town. We did show them the plans so that they would be informed, but we did not, I don't know the exact requirements that as another government entity, if we have to ask for a variance, but I have looked at all the land use development regulations and there really is no reason for them to deny the variance if we request it. If the commission would like us to start the process, we can start it right away. I have the paperwork and it's ready to go.
I would recommend that if we're going to. Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yeah, thank you.
I don't have it broken out by section, but like I said, I would prefer that we go with the 75-foot for multiple reasons. One, like I said, as additional entities come into play, the additional space on the antenna makes it a lot more efficient.
We're just not sure.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said we're not
sure. I wouldn't give you 100% no. Well, first off,
there's one obvious purpose.
for no.
Case that doesn't occur.
Even if the JPA comes together and Taos County were to take over as a fiscal agent for E911, in its present location, it transmits its radio, the radios to Civic Plaza through the internet. As we all know, we've had several internet interruptions, and when we've had those interruptions, there is no radio transmission to our repeaters from E911. One of the ways that the experts have told us that we can construct redundant systems is through microwave tower or through direct line of sight radio towers. We have radio communication for several of our outlying campuses, the Public Works Department, the hospital, your EMS. What we could do is bounce a signal from the existing Gusdorf location to the new tower to the existing tower on Civic Plaza Drive to actually have an uninterruptible communication link between 911 and the tower that's in place right now. Yes.
Chairman and Commissioners, if I could also add to that, whether 911 comes here or not, it was mentioned that my office could then be moved there, and that could be a communication tower for some of the equipment that I use. So under any realm, it's still going to be public safety, whether it's for E911, whether it's for emergency management for the county, or even when Forest Service moves in and we're not actually in that building, it's for the fire communications component that Forest Service uses. And in many cases, county fire resources respond with Forest Service on that initial attack. So it's going to be a public safety communications tower in any dimension.
It's a public safety equipment.
Yes.
Of a $100,000 capital expenditure on something that we're all hoping will be decided by a new governing body.
Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, I understand that, and I'm not disputing the premise of how close we are to possibly having a JPA in place. It was my understanding that the money had been allocated to do the improvements to this facility, and it was also brought to you by Forest Service in the last meeting that they, under no circumstances, see themselves going to Kit Carson. So from my perspective, just from that point of view, that for them to come over to our facility, they're going to need a tower.
Well, from my perspective, it's potentially something that could occur.
And
the point is, though,
it was true, sir, but it was also my understanding that if the improvements were made to this building and a JPA was actually agreed upon and E911 decided to stay where they were at, then my office would be moving to that location. And that was one of the stipulations that we had also made early on, was all the communications equipment that was purchased under grant money would move over to this location as well.
The point is there's many hypotheticals. There's many things that remain unknown. And the only way that we're ever going to know exactly how this is going to play out is for us to get a governing body that determines these issues. And so the point is, we're talking about the next couple of weeks here. We're buying a tower. We don't know if we can use the full 75 feet because we haven't figured out whether we need a variance yet. And we have no idea what the governing body of the JPA would say about this equipment. It just seems to me that we are jumping the gun here by several weeks. And I don't understand what the rush is. Money has been allocated, right? Well, there's money. That $100,000, I'm assuming, is coming from the complex fund. you know, that's taxpayer money that is sitting in the complex fund that could obviously be used for any number of other needs. So, you know, the fact that it's been allocated, the fact that it's sitting there doesn't mean that we have to spend it this week. And so, you know, I'm just confused. I mean, I'm confused by the push for this contract so close to us making a decision about the Joint Powers Agreement.
Commissioner, Chairman, if I may, please. Irregardless of what happens with the JPA, well, irregardless of what happens with the JPA, if E91 stays as its current location, there are no redundant links back to Civic Plaza Drive.
With the owner of the Kit Carson building, who supposedly is willing to put a tower in himself. So, you know, why are you presuming to make these decisions before the governing body has been established, the purpose of which is to make these decisions?
And Commissioner, I agree 100% that we need a JPA. We definitely need a JPA to come before us, and hopefully we can agree on a JPA. But I think there was a vote by 3 commissioners to move this forward, and I think they're coming together for a contract before us to move this forward. I know me and you voted against it, and and they basically have asked for this. And the reason I'm saying this is because, and I asked our new lobbyist about regionalization, because I know that the Forest Service is right now talking about moving their dispatch to another community. I think this, by them moving this forward, would actually keep those jobs in our community. And in their last meeting, the possibility that we have foot in the door to continue to bring the regionalization of the dispatch center to ours is a great opportunity. The other thing that I would ask staff, since if this goes forward, is that have they looked at is there any other possibilities that we could put or hang anything else on this tower that would help pay for this tower? I know that there is that possibility, or would it create a nuisance, or would it create a problem with the way it's all laid out? And I know we have a young lady in the back of the room raising her hand. And we can get to her. Go ahead, Steve, if you want, and then we can let her.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted to address the Commission in the aspect of exactly what the Chairman just mentioned. I mean, staff has gotten direction, staff has gotten approval. We've moved the budgets to go ahead and accommodate these services that we're actually wanting to purchase, which is these towers. I think that it is essential for Taos County to have their own communication tower, whether or not we go with the E911 and whether or not the JPA is playing. Commissioner Beckner, I understand that we're weeks away, and I hope that we're weeks away. I thought we were weeks away months ago, and we continue to go down this. We don't, you know, we were told last Tuesday that we would have a proposal by the town. We're a week later, Commissioners, and we still don't have a proposal by the town. My hope is that they will give us that proposal today. Staff will sit again and look at their proposal. My hope that it's comparable to what the Commission wants and the direction the Commission has given us. But the other thing is that, you know, I know we're talking about a matter of weeks at this point, but we're also talking a matter of weather. And, you know, weather has a big inclination as to what we're doing, what we're building, and how things are moving forward. And so, I mean, we could get a snowstorm next week, we could get a snowstorm 2 weeks from now, and that would just damper the whole process of what's going on and push that back. And so it's not that it's the urgency of that, it's that we have been moving in this direction for months now. I've been talking 911 and JPA with the town of Taos over a year. And we are still, today, right now, no closer than we were a year ago, quite honestly. I don't have a proposal in front of them. I have 3 votes from the commission basically saying 90 days over there, weighted system, all of those things. In discussions with the manager from down there, they basically have said that, you know, they're not going to give that to the commission, that they have a better idea and they have a better way of doing it. We don't know that. I expected the mayor to bring that today. It was his understanding, it was my understanding that he was supposed to bring that by 9 o'clock this morning. Again, now it's delayed again. You know, will we get it today? I don't know. So we have to move forward. We're asking the commission for permission to move forward, but it's because of the direction of this commission and of those votes that is why staff's moving forward.
I understand.
Correct.
And so is because we have a contract for us that's going to commit $100,000 to the planning department building. Not only that, but in order to really utilize the tower, it's going to require another $200,000 to that building. So we're committing $300,000 to the building before we've allowed the JPA governing body to give us an assessment of what we have now and what we need in the future. I mean, frankly, you know, if you guys want to go ahead and put $300,000 into the planning building, then, you know, I'm not sure what the point is of considering the JPA.
Mr. Chairman, public safety, that's what it is. When I took an oath of an office almost a year ago, my was to provide the best I could to my constituents in all of my district and in all of Taos County. As our manager said, we have talked about it with the town of Taos. They have promised, they have said that they were going to come forward. Today, Mayor Cordova came forward. He utilized our TV to talk up the fact that he used our camera to talk up the fact that they're going to come forward today sometime. That agreement was promised last week, and they still don't have anything set in stone. They promised that it was going to be delivered today, the results of their meeting yesterday. I have no idea what they agreed on. A while ago, he said that it was going to be brought today sometime. Are they waiting for us to finish our meeting and then they'll come back with a decision? To me, I see it as a delay tactic by the town of Taos. We're going now on the 11th month, and whether it's $100, whether it's $100,000, $300,000, $2 million, to me, the life of a constituent is worth a lot more than that, and I am ready to make this decision today, whenever we need to move forward with 911 in Taos County, owned by Taos County, and operated possibly by a board that is appointed by Taos County. That's why our constituents elected us. We need to make these decisions. I'm not here to keep the town happy. I'm here to keep my constituents protected and safe in our community.
Commissioner?
Thank you.
Blankenhorn?
It's not a delay tactic. It's not a tactic to utilize our airwaves or publicity. It's the town recognizing that they need to enter into an agreement with the county to conduct E911 like we've done since 1995. Yes, E911 involves health and safety. So do roads, so do law enforcement, so do emergency medical services, so do firefighting. We have, as a county, responsibilities for every one of those functions. But we only have X number of dollars to distribute for all of them. You can lose your life if a road's not in good shape. You can lose your life if there's not sufficient law enforcement in Peñasco. We only have X number of dollars here. And what we're doing is we're pushing down a path, as Commissioner Romero said, where Taos County is gonna spend $2 million, own and operate this command center or this dispatch center on its own. That is going to take away from other resources for our other responsibilities. We need to see what the town has come up with. I mean, the mayor came here this morning to tell us, look, we've been working on this. We're not just blowing you off. We spent our meeting working on this, and we're coming to you with these JPAs. Now we're complaining because it's noon and we don't have it yet. I mean, you know, this has so many long-term repercussions. We can't complain that we don't have these JPAs in front of us at noon. You know, we're going to get them, and we're going to have a meeting to consider it next Tuesday.
Mr. Chairman.
But for some reason, you know, we can't wait for that to see which direction we're going to. Now, last time we got a handout, wasn't part of the packet, but it was a handout that showed us what these costs are going to be. If we're operating our own dispatch center, it's going to cost us $1 million a year, including the Motorola equipment. And you can say no amount is too much to save a life, but you have to recognize that we don't have unlimited resources for our other responsibilities. I could say the same thing about roads. You know, this is a $700,000 annual increase from what we've been paying since 1995. Since 1995, county government has paid approximately $288,000 a year to handle dispatch. We're talking about jumping that up to $1 million a year. And so, you know, there's no way that that's not going to have an effect on our other functions. And I don't know what the answer is, ultimately, other than the fact that we have to consolidate and we have to operate this on a regional basis. And I'm waiting to hear an assessment and some recommendations from the board that's going to be created by a joint powers agreement.
Thank you, Commissioner Blankenhorn. Mr. Chairman, I agree. We need to consolidate, but Taos County needs to take the lead also. If you look around the town, you see on the plaza dilapidated streets, sawed-off meters that nobody has bothered to replace, yet the council has agreed to double their parking fees. But if you look around, there's broken sidewalks and streets. Sure, we have those things at Taos County, but we have a staff and we have management, we have directors that are doing their best to make replacements on roads and bridges and culverts that have fallen apart. That hasn't happened at the town of Taos. I am sorry, it hasn't happened at the town of Taos. And I don't want to join the bandwagon, but we're kind of forced to, unfortunately, speak ill of our other government leaders. But it's what is seen, it's what is evident. And we can't wait until that change takes place in March for the council and the mayoral elections for this to happen. The people of Taos County are depending on us to vote on an issue that is going to protect them and keep them safe. And not only the residents of Taos County, but visitors to Taos County as well.
Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also I echo what my Vice Chairman Romero says we need to go forward with this. Our constituents' life and safety depends on it, so we got to go forward, get up and do it. Let's get it done.
Mr. Bellis, I have a question. You know, the money that was generated and is sitting aside for future expenditures from this complex that was generated, how can it be spent? It only can be spent on the complex itself, the way I understand, or how can it be spent?
No, I don't
spent
believe
on roads and gravel and.
I don't believe that's accurate. We were operating under that assumption. However, I would defer to counsel in that he has reviewed that agreement subsequent with bond counsel and believes that there's enough latitude that it can be spent on other things.
Yes, is what the chairman is asking about. That cannot be spent. It's the excess gross receipts tax revenues that can be spent on other matters.
I thought that's what he was referring to.
No, I was referring to the money that was through the loan.
Yeah, that money is only being spent on this complex. That's not calculated.
And that's the money we're talking about right here in this
No,
expenditure?
we're talking about the excess GRTs that you enacted to pay the loans back for this complex.
Fund is available for different purposes. Maybe Leandro has input on that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as I understood it, the excess loan amount that was in here, that money from the complex, could be used for any improvements to the complex or the property that's now adjacent to the complex. So yes, the money for the tower that we're speaking of would be coming from that fund. That is what we're talking about right now. And we did meet with bond counsel, and as far as the determination was made at the time, it wouldn't be able to use for roads or anything off-site, but in this case, it's now adjacent to this complex, and that's how we felt it was justifiable.
I know we had did you have?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify a couple of technical things. I know Commissioner Blankenhorn asked about the difference in the tower. It's about $11,000. It would between adding the extra height onto there. I also wanted to clarify that in regards to the variance, public safety interests always trump. As your planning director, I've never seen anybody turn down a tower that was for emergency services. Later on in the meeting, you have a packet in there that shows something, radiographic studies and surveys we did for the repeater towers, and that level of work has never been done for the repeaters, and that level of work is going into this, and it is clear that while it is not absolutely necessary, it is in good public safety interest that someone in the core of the county here in the downtown have a 75-foot tower. The New Mexico Forest Service needs a 75-foot tower. BLM and Forest Service need a 75-foot tower. We should be using a 75-foot tower, whoever the JPA is. And that's important, not just that someone construct it, but the Forest Service is leasing a property, just as they may lease our building, and they had to move to another building outside of their headquarters, which they're leasing. They did not come to the town of Taos for a variance for that tower that they have, which exceeds the 50-foot, and the reason they didn't have to do that was because they're a federal agency. If we could deed the property below the antenna, which it'll be a shared antenna, and be in the same situation, or have New Mexico Forestry or any other state or federal agency do that. So, but there are ways around that, and that's why your team is confident enough that we say if we need a variance. There are all sorts of ways to skinning that cat. Secondly, I want to say that your OEM director and fire chief, your IT director, your construction manager, and myself were at the meeting where those 4 options were considered by the town, so we do know what's in them. Now, we're a little confused why they haven't been forwarded, which means they may be modifying them, but certainly that's not what you're going to get if they're being modified. Is not what was passed by the town council. It was not in consensus by the entire town council, but what we can tell you is that they don't address the issues that the town and the county have fallen apart on before, which is going to Kit Carson, being able to get out of Kit Carson if it's decided, and a weighted board. And the town and we just don't see the same on those. So while I do think they propose substantial positive aspects that we proposed to the town. In fact, the primary one they're going to propose to you, one is the San Juan, and the other is the JPA that we proposed to the town with some modifications, including a public safety-driven board rather than political. And that doing the buildings don't mean that we can't arrive, and we shouldn't arrive at an agreement on having a JPA on how we all function, no matter where we go. And in fact, I think the mayor said this at the last meeting last week, this shouldn't be attached to a building and where we're going. That shouldn't be the character. The one thing I do want to say about that also is that at the end of that meeting, they invited Marty, the dispatch director from Espanola. And they wanted to rely on her expertise and experience on this. And at the end, and as you recall, also one of the things they relied on her for is that either they would hire her at some point to manage the dispatch center, or they would, if things financially couldn't make it here, transfer everything down there. So obviously they rely on her a lot. And she said, I'm glad you're getting over the politics of this and getting on with it, because the really important thing is that very shortly DFA and Federal Homeland Security are going to require all sorts of new mandates, which is going to require you to get all new equipment to meet those mandates, which I guess we all looked at each other and said, okay, so that means you need the Motorola 7500s and the things we're talking about doing. But I guess that's all I have to say on it, is just that I do believe it's very clear Forest Service, and we've met with everyone from doing the federal study as to the location all the way down to the local district folks, and they've just said they're not going over there. And I tend to agree, and I think your team agrees with the chairman, that spending $100,000 on an antenna, or whether it's $200,000 or $300,000 to redo that building, if that means keeping Forest Service and BLM in this county and keeping those resources here and those jobs here, and being able to serve those stations we're talking about developing up in north of Cuesta in the hills, as well as over in San Cristobal, they're an important factor to us, because the county can't put a fire department in place every place we need one.
Did you wish to address the commission?
Yes. Jimmy Rennie, and this may be a moot point after the long discussions, but there was the question of what could the tower be utilized for if there wasn't the consolidation with the 911 centers and that. And yes, I do work for Motorola, and I'm here to represent that, but the information I was going to provide you comes from my 20 years as a dispatch director in Eddy County. And something you see very much with public safety towers that are not being fully utilized is they lease that space either to other, entities, fire departments, things of that nature. But we've also had some with the, building of larger public safety complexes and things of that nature where there's an abandoned tower. And with the push in technology now, using the microwave technology, cell phones, everything else, it doesn't take but about 2 seconds for the private sector to find out that there is a tower, especially one that's a 75-foot, in an area where it only has 50-foot towers, that you would be able to lease that out in the future to a private entity to recoup the cost on it. So it's not something, it's an investment into your infrastructure and not something that would just be a waste if this project did not move forward. And that was the only thing I was going to bring up.
Thank you. Commissioners, we do have a proposal, or I guess, a contract in front of us.
Mr. Chairman, I did make a motion.
Oh, you did? Was there a motion on the? There is. Did we have a second to that? Okay, yeah, I did, because of the, yes. So any further discussion? Richard, did you need to add anything?
No, any more questions?
No, I don't think so. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioners, do we have a motion to go to lunch? I know we can't eat together.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
So we have a motion to go to lunch. Do we have a second? Second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes, only if we eat together.
Yes. So can we go eat at your guys' office now? Commissioners, can we have a motion to come back into session?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second. And we have a motion. We have a second. Call for the vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioners, can we amend the agenda? You see the mayor and council here. I'd like to amend the agenda so that we might be able to hear, I guess they have a proposed JPA that they'd like to, or 2 copies that they'd like to present to us. Can we amend the agenda to hear them now?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
And a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Mayor? Council? Councilman?
Twice in one day. Thank you for allowing us. As I promised this morning, we have Councilmember Peralta here who has been actively involved in the issue. And we're here to present to you, Mr. Chairman, 2 versions of the JPA as I explained this morning, along with a cover letter. And if it's okay, if my staff can approach.
Please.
Out the copies, I'll present this to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, this is kind of a continuation of your discussion from this morning. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Malone, we can't take any action on this, correct?
Absolutely.
That's correct, Commissioner. You can discuss matters, but you can't act on them that weren't on the agenda.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, we certainly just receiving this document, and we don't expect you to discuss it in length since you're not aware of the issues that are contained in the document, other than that discussed this morning. But we're in hopes that you can consider this document. I think we've all looked at it as getting the politics out of operations of 911. We believe these 2 documents clearly do that. We do have a memorandum of understanding. One document implements the memorandum of understanding to the best that we could. The other document implements the memorandum of understanding by way of an exhibit that it would be at the discretion of the board to implement the memorandum of understanding. So, this is something that you just received now, and we certainly just, as a consideration, wanted to formally give this to you. It has been unanimously approved by the council, and we're in hopes that the commission can review it and then set a time where they can take action.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I hope you change Mayor Garcia's last name on this. Esther Martinez.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Is it Esther Martinez?
Village of Cuesta, yeah.
Esther Garcia?
It's Garcia, but it says Martinez on the...
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry. And do you guys want to go over any of the highlights of any of these? I mean, I'd give you the opportunity, or just want us to...
Councilmember Peralta, do you have anything to add?
What we did was we took into consideration the memorandum of understanding that was signed by both the county and the town, and tried to incorporate it in a way that we felt that was the intent of the memorandum. And so the number 1 JPA that you have before you incorporates the language of the memorandum of understanding with a couple of exceptions. One is that on the budget side, it does indicate in there that the board will have the authority to recommend a different budget than is there if they feel that the budget that it was approved in the memorandum of understanding is not adequate to meet the needs of 911. But that's after the board is in place and they have an opportunity to do things. The memorandum does say that it's for 2 years, and those 2 years with the dispensation of the rent to the county and the village of Cuesta and the Ski Valley is in there, that the town would absorb that. It does have the ratio that was talked about of 55-45. in there. On the side of whether or not the move of the 911 center itself, that's left up to the discretion of the board after they review it and look at how they best feel that 911 services can be provided to the community. So those are the basic terms. The board itself is made up of 7 members, 2 members appointed by the county, 2 members by the town, 1 from Cuesta, 1 from Ski Valley, and the 6 of them get together and appoint a 7th member. The board is made up of the public service authorities, or public emergency services authorities, and there's a list of all those agencies, which includes the DA, includes the magistrate court, the municipal court, it includes state police, along with the other jurisdictions that are under the controls of the county and the municipalities.
Mr. Chairman, with regards to San Juan County, Farmington, who are the partners in that particular enterprise?
The partners in that one, there are 4. The County of San Juan, the municipality of Farmington, Bloomfield, and Aztec.
Okay.
Now, they do service some of the Navajo Nation there as a contract. They also, a partner in there is the state police, because they do provide services to the state police, and the state police is on their board. And I believe that's the extent of it.
So the minutes of your meeting from yesterday Monday, these are reflective of exactly what took place yesterday?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, obviously, I mean, there's a total of 30 pages or so. I can't read any of this until, later on, but nonetheless, thank you for bringing this forward. Much appreciated. I guess I do have some questions, Mr. Chairman, of our attorney, Mr. Malone, with regards to the joint powers agreement. There's a little bit of a question. It was rescinded. It was changed last year to where it would end in February of 2014. The town took that upon themselves. You did that to, for whatever reason. Now you're coming back to reverse that decision. And what is your reason for that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, the intent originally, as I explained this morning, we've been working on this JPA for over 8 years that I can remember that I've served on the town council. And there has been some needs that TLC, that, for lack of better words, that 911 needs. And it really needs to happen through a much better JPA. The current JPA that we're operating under now would never be approved by Department of Finance and Administration. So we've recognized the need for the last 8 years to create a new JPA that we can join into. It seemed like it was not going anywhere. So the town, in an attempt to kind of express the urgency to set a timeline, goals, and objectives, we decided to terminate this JPA in hopes, never intended that we were no longer going to be partners. It was in hopes to enter into a new JPA within that year. That was the sole intent of that notice to terminate. Because I believe, and I think everyone in this room would say, this current JPA, nobody is satisfied with it. It was merely an attempt to establish a sense of urgency that we needed to enter into a more comprehensive, inclusive JPA. And by virtue of us rescinding that, then we feel that the current JPA is in place, and if any party would want to give notice, well then pursuant to that language, they would have to give a year notice, as we did before.
And I guess that's one of the things that I would ask of Mr. Malone is to clarify exactly what the positions are of all the entities of the JPA. You know, in the first place, was it legal to kind of break away from that or set a guideline or a deadline as to when you were going to terminate that JPA? And then all of a sudden now we're back at it again. We're in it. If it's a joint powers agreement, it's something that's got to be agreed by everybody. It just can't be one entity, I guess is the way I would interpret it. And I would certainly ask Mr. Malone to clarify all of that, you know, whether even in fact the first time that you decided to set a deadline on this JPA, the town on its own did it, whether that was in fact something that could be in effect or not.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Brony, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, we simply were exercising one of the provisions of the JPA, which stated that any party wishing to terminate would have to exercise and give a year notice. And now what that means legal, well, of course, I would leave that up to the legal experts on that.
And then you say that this one is, it'll stay in force without change until it expires in 2018. Was that 2018 date on there already, or is that something that
I believe that's on the current JPA.
It is on the current JPA.
Yeah, it's on the current
Okay.
JPA, unless we receive notice from any of the parties otherwise.
Right, okay.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 742,000, that's about the same kind of estimates that we're getting from our staff. But then with the possibility of purchasing more equipment from Motorola, that goes up to about $1 million with another $300,000 a year. So, you know, like you say, depending upon the governing body's decisions, that would be a flexible addition that could be made to the budget.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, there is a provision within the JPA that speaks to capital improvements and that which would be separate from the operating budget. So if it's a need to increase or change the type of equipment we're using, then there's a provision in there to ask the entities to budget towards that. There's also a provision in there to set up a reserve fund for the purchase of equipment in the future, which is aside from the operating budget.
Split by the entities relative to call volume.
The JPA leaves the discretion of the how the budget, or I shouldn't say that, how the agencies within the JPA are going to be, how it's going to be broken down, whether it'll be by population, whether it be by call volume, whatever the authority will determine how that breakdown is going to be in the future. So the numbers in there would be that. Now that's in the first one. In the second one, it's broken down by 53, 43, 2 and 2, or 3 and 3. Let's see, I'm sorry. Whatever the difference is, 53, 43, and then the 2 other ones is split the remaining portion of it. And that goes for both operational and for capital.
And the composition of the board. Each would have a vote. Each would have a vote.
Commissioner Brown, yes, each member would have a vote.
Okay. And so if the county got 2 and the town got 2, what would the other 2 be? Oh, the other 2 would be the other entities, each get 1. And then they vote together, the 6 of them vote together to appoint another one.
That's correct.
And is it anticipated that the appointed members would be staff, managers, or something else, some other?
The members of the board would be all from public safety agencies. That's the way it's written in there. So the county would pick 2 from any number of agencies that we've listed. The town would do the same thing. Village of Quest would do the same thing, and so would the Village of Ski Valley. And then they would also then have to pick from the 7th member from that list as well. That's what's written into the JPA. That, Mr. Chairman, if I could, that follows pretty much the way the San Juan version is.
That's correct. Which kind of takes the budget stuff out of it a little bit. That way the experts make decisions and they have funding that they can rely upon, as opposed to this circumstance where the individual governments would have to approve the budget because it would be coming out of their individual government's funds.
To a certain extent, that's correct, except that in the San Juan version JPA, the county has the ultimate authority over the budget. The authority creates a budget and then recommends that to the county commission, and the county commission approve it. Now, it's based upon the fact that they have all their own money, and in that JPA, it indicates that if there is not sufficient funds in that budget to run the 911 center, then they go back to the county, will go back to the entities that are participating in that, and they have to make up the difference, and that is a split 43, 43, 6, and 6.
So it ends up being really the same thing in the end. If you receive the budget, then each governing body has to make that determination. One of the concerns of this board was not entering into a JPA and then being bound by the lease that the town entered into with Kit Carson. That's a big concern of this board. How did you address that?
That's addressed in there that the authority board has the discretion to determine where the location of the 911 center is going to be. And they have the authority within 90 days to cancel the lease and it provides in there that basically what you do is if you decide to move, then you provide by the provisions that we have in the lease with Kit Carson, which I believe are we have the right to get out of it in 90 days, and that's basically what it is.
And that's any 90 days, not just the first 90 days.
That's correct.
At any time during the existence of the JPA, and one of the questions that you asked about population and or call volume, one of the concerns that I've had on call volume is that then we're charging only those, or basing that charge based on those that use it, not based on those that have access to it. And every citizen of Taos County has access to 911. So we have to find that balance of, are we charging based on the usage or based on who has access to that? Because every citizen deserves the right and has that right to access to 911.
Now we have left that blank in the sense to allow the authority to make that decision and come to an agreement as to how to best set how much each entity is going to put into the budget, until such a time that may come in the future that it has its own source of revenue independent of anybody's budget.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, to expound on that also, when you look at population, we're just using that as a gauge. The actual population of Taos Ski Valley is only 60. But they do impact 911 by virtue of the traffic that goes there in the heavy winter months. So there's a lot of factors that have to be weighed. It's not a matter of just picking one and the other, it's kind of finding that balance. And I think the experts in the field that this board would be created would be able to probably do that better than either entity on its own.
Commissioner Sanchez, Mayor, has this proposal been to Taos Ski Valley and Cuesta?
They have only been, right now this was approved yesterday, but our plans is to deliver that. They have been involved in the discussion, the stakeholder meetings, and they're aware that one is forthcoming.
Voting,
Yes.
the way it's going to be set up.
Yes. Well, they're aware that one is or JPA is forthcoming. A lot of these amendments took place yesterday.
Commissioners, any? A lot of good questions asked here, Mayor, Council Peralta. I think it's, something that we will definitely consider. I think staff will do a review of it. Mr. Archuleta?
Mr. Chairman, I think that Commissioner Romero actually had a question of the attorney that he wanted answered. I was wondering if we could move that over.
Right, and also financially, Mr. Chairman, I know that the county was poised to spend well over, what was it, $1 million?
1.5 million.
1.5 million on this endeavor, basically on our own, to be able to get it going the way we have been advised by our staff and people that are experienced in the field. Is the town of Taos able to, say, for example, all the other parties decide they don't want to be part of this? Is the town of Taos able to do that? To go into this sort of expenditure to be able to upgrade the equipment that our staff has recommended we have?
Well, certainly, we're going to look at any proposal that's on the table and look at it on its face. Creating another 911 center based on what we've just started, I don't think we're in a position to do that. But certainly, if it improves 911 and public safety, we're going to look at that and base it on.
There continues to be discussion. The police forces, the city police, that there hasn't been. That there's been interruptions in 911 to the point to where sometimes they lose a connection. Is there any validity to that?
As far as I've been advised by our staff, our operations have not been interrupted related to the move. We've had ongoing little glitches that we've had traditionally that have occurred in equipment. But now, of course, people are looking at them with a fine-tooth comb, and some people that are opposed to what the town did are relating it to the move, and we can say with certainty that the problems that we have experienced are not related to the move.
Exactly. I mean, it's $1.5 million that's budgeted, but in the long range, we're looking at that $2 million, which is nothing if it saves a life.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, I guess I need a little clarification on your statement in the sense, are we talking about just upgrading or are we talking about creating a new center? If we're talking about upgrading, I think that the council would be amenable to looking at a budget to upgrade and a timetable in which to do it. And I don't think that we have $1.5 million right now that we can take out of our pocket. But I think that in cooperation with the members of the JPA, I think that we can come up with a way to try to get the best possible equipment to do the best possible job you want to do.
I'm not convinced at all in the location that you've chosen, Kit Carson Electric Co-op. I think there's our planning department with proper design and remodeling would be the ideal location. The current building that is being used through Kit Carson Electric Co-op, our staff has said repeatedly that there are some flaws with it. And so I tend to believe that. So I'm not at all supportive of the Kit Carson location, but that's just me. It's just one of 5 votes that are at this table.
For $500,000 that came from the grant that you guys got and put into Kit Carson. So the receivers and the CAD software, all of that's about 1.2, and there's another $500,000, of course, that
is the telephony and the servers. And then there's $300,000 for renovation of the old planning building, which includes a 75-foot tower. Those are the numbers that we've gotten from staff.
And Mr. Chairman, those numbers are correct, but with that, it also brings in other partnerships with the Forest Service, which is something that, as you all know, we're surrounded by forests, and it's a very valuable partnership. The Forest Service has said that they're not interested in the Kit Carson building, the current building that is being used now. So we need to take that into account as well.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, I really don't know what information you're hearing from the Forest Service, but in my conversation with the Forest Supervisor, Mr. Sanchez, they have not made that commitment, and he has assured me that he really doesn't want to get involved in the politics of this. So he said his staff regularly looks at different options, but an official decision has not been made whether the Forest Service will move to the new proposed county facility or for the town facility for that matter.
And with regards to that, in the last commission meeting that we had, we did have an official from the Forest Service that undeniably said that their wish is to be established within one of the county properties, and that was the old planning department, and that is on the record. And to me, that shed a lot of light on the situation that we have before us.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, obviously there's mixed messages that we're getting as well. So, I think, what we're doing is we're looking at, what is in the best interest of 911. The town of Taos has done a lot of diligence on this. We've done various comprehensive studies. And like you, Commissioner Romero, I certainly respect your opinion. Unless I would see something that differs, I would beg to differ with that. All our studies have shown conclusively that the location that we chose was in the best interest and by far the best solution. So.
Anything else, Mr. Archuleta? Bob, you were going to answer a question for Commissioner Romero?
Yeah, I was going to I do think that there is a serious question about once you've terminated something, whether you can unilaterally reinstate it. And I just want to research that question.
Thank you. All right. So, again, thank you both for being here. We appreciate it. I do have a question. I know we tasked our staff with some responsibilities, and they had 40 questions that they would like to got answers to, and apparently they haven't been able to get answers to. I don't know, is there a way to get answers to those questions? I know that we tasked them with it, and they're saying, well, we couldn't get them, so we can't report to you. So is there a possibility that they could?
Certainly, if you would do me a favor, Mr. Chairman, CC me on those. Okay. And I believe that staff is working on that, but I'll make sure that they get those answers to you timely.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And hopefully we might have a special meeting this next Tuesday, a week from today, if we can get all the answers that we need. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me see here. I lost my agenda, Commissioners. So, in that said, Commissioners, will go on to item 11, Budget Matters, Discussion, Consideration, Decision regarding the following: DFA Resolution 2013. Mr. Cordova, Finance Director, number 12, a resolution request to transfer temporary cash from the general fund to the DWI Adjudication Fund in the amount of $14,000.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the DWI program received a grant for their juvenile adjudication. This $14,000 will be a temporary loan for them to go ahead and expend the money, and we will be reimbursing it as soon as we have all the expenditures complete. So it's a $14,000 temp loan, so they can.
Commissioners, what's your wishes? Just a temporary loan, correct?
Yes, and I stand for any more questions.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? If none, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we'll go under to number 13, a resolution request to adjust FY 2014 budget to establish a fund and budget to account for DFA Fund 892 Capital Appropriation Project 13L 1787 to purchase and equip vehicles for the Taos County Sheriff's Department. Mr. Cordova?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is a capital appropriation from the legislature for the sheriff to purchase $80,000 worth of vehicles. We're going to give them a temp loan so that they can do that, and then we can reimburse ourselves.
Mr. Chairman, how many vehicles is?
I don't think there's a number. It's just an $80,000. I think whatever they can.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I believe that's 4 vehicles that we're attempting to get with that, but that's fully equipped.
Okay. And they're all fully equipped?
We actually get it from a different grant with the equipment, but yes, that's to fully equip those vehicles.
Okay. Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? None. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Number 14, a resolution requesting to transfer expenditures from the general fund, county clerk's fund to county clerk recording fee fund. Mr. Cordova?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, earlier in the year, between our preliminary and our final budget, the clerks were using our general fund to make some of their purchases. They did some per diem purchases and contractual Xerox lease from that. After the final budget, they did allow us to use their clerk fund for these allowable expenses on that. So we're going to go ahead and at this time, we need a DFA to do it because it's going from one fund to another. But we're just reimbursing the general fund for these few expenses.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Motion and a second. Second. Discussion? Third, fourth? Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we'll go on to number 15, a resolution requesting to transfer temporary cash from the general fund to New Mexico DOT CAP School Bus and Co-op Agreements Fund. Mr. Cordova?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the projects that were completed and were discussed over the last meeting that came from these grants, we're at the point now where we do need to pay Northern Mountain in full for this money. Because all of the grants were done, all the projects were done at the same time, Mr. Chavez has made the decision to go ahead and expend all the money and reimburse everything at one time. So we'll do this temporary loan of $143,000 to pay off Northern Mountain. As soon as that payment is made and the check is cashed, we will immediately seek reimbursement for the entire amount, and we hope to have it by the end of the calendar year.
Mr. Chairman, one of these funds applies to the Callejon Road?
No, Callejon Road was paid for out of county general funds.
Oh, okay.
So.
Chairman, so moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
C-110 was done with this money.
Right.
Yeah, and then I think we had one road in Cuesta. And yeah. So we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. A budget line item adjustment to Mr. Cordova, our Treasurer's Department.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the Treasurer's Department at this time is requesting to move money into their full-time positions, temporary positions, and into FICA, workers' comp, and health insurance. And they're taking it out of health insurance. They're trying to extend the temporary that they have in their office for a little bit longer, and they're also trying to position themselves for possible payouts of extra annual leave within their department. I stand for any questions.
It's all within the department, correct?
Yes, this is all within the department. We've gone through their budget. At this time, their budget's getting really tight. They've done a lot of adjustments, and this may be one of the last that we can really do until we get a good assessment at mid-year, but this has been approved. I stand for any questions.
Commissioners?
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and this was a recommendation from staff?
Yes.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Chamizal, Volunteer Fire Department?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the Chamizal Volunteer Fire Department is requesting a budget adjustment to move money into non-capital furniture, fixture, equipment, taking it out of buildings and structures. And I believe what they want to purchase is a defibrillator for their fire department. And I stand for any questions. I do recommend it.
So moved.
I'll second, Mr.
Very
Chairman.
important. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? None. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So detention fund?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, well, we've talked a little bit about the detention fund, some of the issues they've had over the course of this fiscal year so far. We had, through the reorganization, we were able to find some vacancy savings. Most of it was identified at this time through the juvenile side of the house. In order to fill some of the gaps in their operational budget, we're proposing to move $50,000 from full-time positions at JDC into the Continuing Service Community Custody Program, which is our HRDA contract for ankle bracelets.
Right.
This is it'll plug that hole and get us a couple more months of funding for that program. And it definitely, the savings has been identified at JDC at this time. There may be greater savings, but we feel confident that this is what we can move at this time. I stand for any further questions.
Commissioners?
Just kind of wanted to maybe hear a little bit more from our county manager on this particular.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, basically what this does is it allows us to keep inmates in the community and instead of it within our facility. As you know, it costs us a lot more money to keep them within our facility when we're providing medical, dental, food, everything for our inmates. And so through the community custody program, inmates are allowed back into the community through GPS monitoring system. So the investment of the $50,000 into that outweighs what it costs us to house them within our detention centers until they go to court or whatever other time they have to serve within that time frame.
Okay, thank you.
That's a
contract with HRDA to provide that service. I believe they're the only vendors in Taos that actually provide it. We do have a contract and go through that process every year with them.
And does this expand upon that contract? Does this increase the payments under that contract?
Correct, but unfortunately it's hard to predict how many inmates are going to be coming in and those kind of things, so we actually don't fund the full amount of that contract depending on how many inmates we actually have and are actually going on GPS throughout the year.
It's a good plan. It does serve a real benefit and save some money to boot, so thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. We have a second?
I'll second.
And a second. Further discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Cordova. So we'll go on to indigent fund claims. Mrs. Tammy Jaramillo, indigent fund coordinator, request for approval of ambulance claims payment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I come before you to approve the ambulance claims as follows. Taos County EMS for $7,385.23 and Red River EMS for $1,041, a total of $8,426.23. I stand for questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion?
Thank
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Request for approval of sole community provider hospital claims. Ms. Jaramillo.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I come before you to approve the sole community provider claims for Holy Cross Hospital in the amount of $51,418.80.
And this is, Mr. Chairman, for how long a term?
Excuse me.
For what period of time?
This period is still, some of them are included in the backlog. So we have Let me see. It's from anywhere from January to the current month.
I see. So at what point then will you be updated?
By December 31st of this year, we should be completely caught up.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Just a question on some of these, you know, there was an amount owed and then amount paid. Is it because of the income, or is it because that's all it was qualified for? Or I'm just, you know, just refresh my memory, I'm not sure.
Okay, so the amount owed is the actual total amount of the claim.
Uh-huh.
Other payments could be from an insurance, Medicare. Amount paid is the amount that the county will pay if it's a co-payment or at the Medicaid rate.
Okay, so basically, the Medicaid, you know, if a bill was $2,300, the Medicaid rate would be about $580. So,
Right.
So their account is paid in full then?
Correct.
And there's, okay, I just want to, yeah, okay. Thank you. So we have a motion on this for approval?
Is there a motion? I'll move, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion.
Thank you.
We have a second and a second. Further discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tammy.
Tammy, thank you. Thank you for trying to get it all caught up. I know that we were lacking there as far as getting some of the work and all the paperwork in and getting it on the up and up, so thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
She's a little under the weather today, Mr. Commissioner, so I'm sure she's headed out.
So we'll go on to item 12, County Manager's Report and Matters, discussing consideration and decision regarding the following: E91 response from the town of Taos.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this was put in there based on the information that we felt that we were going to get last night so that we could do somewhat of an assessment and report back to the Commission. As has been stated, we received that information now, so staff does not have a recommendation on this or any discussion items on this. I would say that we probably table this until Tuesday's special meeting in front of the Commission so that we have time to take a look at that.
Move to table, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to table. I'll second, Commissioner.
No, just after the second, just again to thank the town for really addressing this in a detailed fashion and coming back to us quickly. You know, you hear a lot of grumbling. Oh, we've been doing this for sometimes within the county. You hear grumbling. We've been doing this for 10, 11 months now, and we still don't know. And then from the town, sometimes I hear it's been a dozen years and we still don't know. But the fact of the matter is the memorandum of understanding or agreement that we signed that's maybe a month or two old, and I think staff in both entities have done some good work, especially the attorneys, to try to hammer this thing out. And you know, it's a show of good faith to us. Obviously, any kind of a joint powers agreement requires a mutual trust between the entities. And so I appreciate very much the town coming forward with these proposals and addressing us in person. And I'm sure that we will address it in good faith on Tuesday.
And I also appreciate that, you know, hopefully we can put this to bed for once and for all. And just get this, you know, we don't need this anymore. We need to put it to bed. So thank you. And just if we make sure that we CC the mayor on those 40 questions that our staff had.
Will do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll go on to the Motorola lease agreement.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, again, we will remove this item, table it till next week. Again, the staff was ready to move forward today based on that we didn't have any information, and we're going to go ask for direction, reference the Motorola lease We had some items to present to you on that, but again, we'd like to table this until Tuesday's special meeting so that we can discuss the whole entity in one shot if we need to.
I'll go ahead and second, Mr. Chairman. And is there a possibility that you could squeeze in a trip to Farmington, or conference call or something between now and Tuesday? Even if it's just myself or
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we can schedule a trip down there if you'd like to. I know Commissioner Romero, you'll be in Albuquerque the rest of the week at the water meeting on Thursday and Friday. So, did you want something scheduled Monday morning?
Yeah,
possibly. Okay. Let me call down there. We'll get a schedule looked at that.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, and do we have a copy of their joint powers agreement?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and if I could have a
Farmington's?
copy of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we have a copy of that. I can forward that to you.
Okay. Anything else on this item? Oh, okay, we'll go back up to the E91 response from the town of Taos. There was a motion and there was a second. So call for the vote on that particular item.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, so the Motorola lease agreement, there was a motion and there was a second. Commissioner Blankenhorn made the motion, Commissioner Romero seconded the motion. Any further discussion, Commissioner Sanchez? None? Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Repeater status report?
We'll staff report on this in a second.
Mr. Chairman, you've received in one of these nice yellow packets with a confidential statement on it, a packet which is the preventive maintenance report and the as-built documentation. We're reporting on this to you because, as you recall, I think it was around Memorial Day, the town had indicated that it did not want to maintain the repeater system anymore. And the county commission stepped up and allocated at that time an initial $10,000, and then in your current budget, $40,000 for the upgrading of those repeaters. Also at that time, we had indicated to you that we would pursue the $75,000 grant that the town had received from Homeland Security through the county. We had returned that back so they could get that, but it had not been used. I wanted to report that we have expended about $20,000. $23,000 between these two documents, and one, the as-built, I think is extremely important. We've had a lot of vendors that went up and looked at these, but all you see is really numbers and parts. And I want to have Alan come up here because he was in charge of this. He worked with Advanced. I think you can see not just a list of parts, but we actually show with photographs those particular sites, where they're located, what the problems are, the importance of this. Now you also see those nice pretty maps with all those colors that look like a weather map. For the first time, a radiography analysis was done that actually shows what areas can get reception and the level of that reception and where the signals are blocked. So this, and particularly Commissioner Sanchez, I know up in your district, there's been a lot of, for years, questions about when people couldn't get good reception. So this helps us identify under the optimal circumstances what we can and can't serve, what we need to fill in. And I'll have Alan talk to you a little more about that document. But the importance of this, again, is that we have now a book that gives us the condition and the location of all of the repeaters and what the actual costs are going to be and what the priority of those costs. We don't need to do all the work at once. There are some things that need to be done right away before the snow falls. And in regard to that, I also want to say, again, Alan submitted our new application for the Homeland Security grant, and we did receive the $75,000, which had not been used by the town, so that in fact, it's looking like, based on this, we don't need all that money. We can probably do all the work for about $45,000, and the rest of that money can be used towards, hopefully, wherever the communications center is, repairing problems, establishing linkages between the repeaters and the actual communications center. So we've got some money to put at that. And the second one, again, which I have to give Alan credit for, was that we indicated to you as that third part of the promise, get the $75,000, fix what needed to be done right away, and identify the condition. The last part was that we did not want to be in that position, again, of having to spend $5,000 to run a snowcat up there in the middle of the winter and having to rely on the mine or Red River or anyone. So there is a preventive maintenance report here. And the money has been set aside to do that. Again, we're not here to ask you for any more money. You know, we have used half of that $40,000 that was allocated. Not everything has been addressed right away, but we do have a timetable for it. And for the first time, the first responders, the municipalities, the Ski Valley and Cuesta, will get copies of these. We do ask one thing, and that is that because the exact nature of this equipment, where it is, we identify security problems with it. This is protected under Homeland Security, under critical infrastructure. So we ask that before you leave, you return these to us and not share this information. If you have a particular concern about a tower or a location, we're happy to sit down and meet with you, and we can give you a narrative form of this that's redacted where necessary. And I turn the rest over to Alan and thank him for his work.
Commissioner Romero, before.
Mr. Chairman, again, this is a responsibility which initially rested with the Joint Powers Agreement.
Yes, that's correct.
But certain parties pulled out of it. So the responsibility ended up in the hands of the county. We took it on. We've paid for it. The improvements have been made at this point.
And I do, Commissioner, along that lines, Chairman, want to point out that originally the town had estimated the cost at $75,000. And again, we will have saved half of that cost to the taxpayers of the state of New Mexico by reassessing this, getting the experts in there, which was Advanced and Motorola, looking at the equipment, and getting the work done.
So these stations are then operating at this point?
All the repeater sites have actually had somebody go and see the site, kind of outline where its deficiencies are. They've made some corrections and some stuff that was pretty much quick fixes. All the sites are functioning right now. There's still quite a bit of work that needs to go back, but we feel confident that we got them, that they will survive the winter. We got one site, Ski Valley, which we're trying to get an antenna replaced up there. Hopefully here in the next couple of weeks. That would be the last one that we really need to address before winter hits full force.
Now, you did mention that there was a little bit of money left over. I know that when all this was happening, that you had to rent equipment, a snowcat or something to get up to these points.
In the past, some of the bills that had come out of some of the repairs that had been done in the winter months, the rental of the equipment to get to the site outweighed the cost of the actual repairs. I believe there was one bill that came to the town of Taos probably like February. I think that was in the ballpark of about $12,000, and I think $8,000 of that was approximately for a snowcat rental to get to, I think it was Flag.
So would it be in the best of our interest then to buy a snowcat?
It wouldn't, and we've talked to Advance. They own one. They don't use it that often. It's a high ticket item. You're looking at about $100,000 just for the snowcat, and then the maintenance on that goes up quite a bit. But we feel confident that if we can get the technicians to the sites probably in late spring, early fall to make whatever repairs they need to get us through the winter, then the only time they need to go up there is if it's an actual true emergency. If you look through some of that documentation, especially on the PM report, it talks about some of the recommendations that they have. Most of them have an average cost of about the $7,000 range. We're looking right now, in addition to the $23,000 we've already spent since May, probably putting in about another $43,000. It's actually $42,905 to the sites. And that's going to be coming out of the grant money. So that was how we allocated the grant, was to make some of these repairs to the repeater sites. Once that's done, we should have a pretty good foundation for each of the sites. There are going to be some other repairs that need to be made in the future. Some of the long-term fixes are addressed are maybe redoing a lot of the cabling from the actual structure to the tower, changing some of the structures themselves, adding additional security. So there's always going to be some other costs in there. Hopefully, though, we'll be starting out on a fresh footing with this once these costs have been expensed, probably first part of the springtime. Right now, I do have, I know, like I say, the Angel Fire repair, which is approximately $10,000 that I need to try and get done before the end of this the end of this calendar year.
Alan, I know that, you know, we may mention about calls not being put through or something, and I know they're a reality. Will this mitigate some? Because I know that, I mean, I've had some of them calls. How come nobody's answering 911? I think our county manager experienced that in an accident that he was at.
Yeah.
Is this going to help mitigate some of that? I
Hopefully.
know that a little while ago they said there was no.
Chairman, Commissioners, hopefully this will lessen those. I mean, that's not going to eliminate them. There's too many pieces in the puzzle to say that this is going to fix everything. For example, we always have an issue, it seems like, in the Quest area with flag. We bounce a signal from, well, currently it goes from the 911 call center through the internet to Civic Plaza, goes from there to San Antonio Mountain, bounces from there to the flag repeater. So that's 4 steps in just getting a radio call to the people in the Quest area. And then you have to make that same progression back to the
this work is being accomplished, and thank you also for pulling that 75,000 back out of the fire. I mean, it is a shame that this went unattended for so long. Another good reason for a new JPA, so that we're not in the situation that we've been in the past, where there was one entity controlling the JPA that was not keeping up with this. And so this is a real big contribution to the community, for you guys to put all this effort into those repeaters, find out what the problems are, address them, and not only that, get the $75,000 back from that grant that was neglected. The $23,000 that we've already put in, I guess we can't get reimbursed for that. That was prior. So that's just something that the county took on in an emergency situation. Yes, with the repeaters being in such bad repair. We stepped up and put in that 23 grand, and so thank you for that also.
Yeah, if I could just kind of mention what one of the main issues beyond getting these just where they're functional. One of the main issues we're hearing is fire department not wanting to hear of all the law enforcement traffic during the night. If their pagers isn't working, they have to monitor the radio. They're hearing every time somebody goes on a vehicle stop. So one of the things we're looking at doing, and would have to secure more money for it, but my hopes is maybe in the springtime we can looking at putting additional radios at these sites, or splitting the frequencies to where we have just one set of frequencies for sheriff's office, and then one set of frequencies for fire and EMS, and then just split them completely off to where they're not listening to each other all the time. So that's one of the next phases that we have, and it's been brought up with the Enchanted Circle Fire Chiefs Association that that's something we're going to look at and get their input here come springtime.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also, Alan, I want to thank you. I was looking here at the solar panels. You relocated those up in Cuesta, Flag Mountain. And we took a tour. They were there on the ground. And also, I've seen the ground, the upgrades that you've done on that. And I'm glad you brought up the point of the solar cat. I mean, it's much needed. I don't know if you've been up there, Mr. Bellis, but it's...
Not yet, no.
We had the chief of police and one of the workers, this was years back, they slid off the mountain. Went down quite a ways. I mean, we're lucky we still have them today, but now that we're talking snowcat, I think it's a safety for those individuals there.
Well, to try and make that better, Commissioner, and Chairman, if I could add, I've been working with the State Department of Homeland Security that in the event if we actually had to put new structures at some of these sites, we've already talked about, because he's done it before in the past, Don Scott from the State Office of Homeland Security, is he would check with the National Guard to see if they had any training hours And if they did, they would actually do that as a training mission to fly the structure up via helicopter and place it at the site for us. So we've been kind of looking at some of these cost-saving measures across the board with other entities.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Alan, I'd also direct you to go ahead and look at to see what Cuesta has referenced the ATV vehicle that they have. It actually has, you can put tracks on that. You can also put a cover, and you can also take up equipment if need be. It's not a $100,000 item. The one they have there's about $8,000 to $10,000 maximum, and I think it's a good benefit, not only during the winter hours, but also trying to get up there during the mud hours. As Commissioner Sanchez stated, we went up there and it was a dry day. Still had a hard time getting up there anyway, and so I think it would, if we could get this under some kind of Homeland Security grant or something like that, that it would be best for the county to do that in order to get staff up there to take care of these issues or situations.
There's some other grants that have been coming out. I've been talking with Mr. Bellis on what the parameters are of where we can kind of request some of this money. But if we have something that gives us those kind of parameters, we'll definitely look into it, or we'll look to see where we can get it out of some other budget.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just like to commend staff. I mean, what you have in front of you is a very comprehensive set of details of our repeaters across Taos County, the infrastructure that's there, and actually what we need to improve on it to go forward. And so they've done an excellent job in that aspect in a short amount of time, and they've also been keeping those repeaters up and running and making sure that those are monitored properly. So I just want to give my hats off to the staff on that.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clarify on the numbers because I realize it might have been confusing. You originally appropriated $10,000 last May when we first took this over. We did not spend all that. That got rolled into the $40,000 for this current budget cycle. So we've spent $23,000 of that 40, but not all of that was for repairs. $11,000 of that was for the preventive maintenance agreement. And part of that, so that 23 included these two studies and the work that was done. And we're projecting on the $75,000 grant that only $43,000 of that will be actually spent towards carrying out these measures. But you have, I know we get beat up sometimes about why aren't we contributing to the library. The county did take the bold move of paying for a county fire marshal, and I think you've seen that paid off. When Homeland Security cut back on the money for emergency management, you continued your commitment in the general fund to a full-time emergency management director. And hopefully we'll have someone in that slot soon so that Alan doesn't have to do both roles. And you did step up again. This $75,000, I do want to make it clear that last year's, the prior 75 that the town did not spend came out of the allocation to the county for Homeland Security, which normally would have gone to Cuesta and the other municipalities, the town and the sheriff's office for law enforcement, but did not when we lost that money. And again, the 75 we would have put into law enforcement this year is now going into this work. So while there's a lot of good news that we've each time saved you 50% of the money, you're probably going to see a lot of requests from at the municipal governments for additional training, new firearms, and things that normally we would have paid for.
And Alan, just a quick question. I know that you mentioned the Enchanted Circle, Fire Chief. Have you made any, I guess, about E911 maybe across the mountain? Would we be able to dispatch for them?
For right now, there's two things that one of two things that would need to be done. One would, because we have a mountain range kind of between us and Red River, for us to dispatch effectively. So we would either have to do a crossband repeater at Taos Ski Valley, and that would be one way to do it. Another way we do it is to put a microwave link in. So there'd be a cost anywhere from maybe $20,000 to maybe $60,000, depending on what option we would go with. But once that would be in place, we'd have a direct line of communications with Red River.
The only reason I say that, the more partners we have, the more feasible it is for everybody.
That's true, sir. And in the studies that we've done with the 911 committee, we've always looked at being able to either bring Red River in or at least have components as far as the equipment goes to where it would be a seamless transfer and they could collect that data from either center. So that's always been in it. The caveat has been, I think, a distance of, 65 feet when we've looked at the elevation studies, as why we don't have a clear line of sight from the highest repeater that the Enchanted Circle uses and the repeater site at Picudis. So 65 feet is going to cost 40 grand probably.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else on this item, commissioners? If not, we'll go on commission lunches. Mr. Malone. Thank you guys, Abigail, for being here.
Chairman?
It's all you.
As the commission knows, the Taos News has raised questions and written an editorial about the lunch gatherings that you sometimes have on the days of commission meetings. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to give you my legal opinion about those issues and answer any questions you might have. And I think it's important to understand that the Open Meetings Act does not prohibit or even apply to any time a quorum of commissioners are together. It is if they are together for the purpose of conducting public business. And so as long as there is no public business conducted at the lunches that sometimes there's a quorum of the commissioners, then the Open Meetings Act simply doesn't apply. Now, the definition of conducting public business includes discussion of public business. It's not just taking action. It's also a discussion of public business. And so, as I've told various of you at different times over the year or years, that as long as you don't discuss public business, you're free to meet, and it doesn't invoke the Open Meetings Act. One of my jobs as your lawyer is not just to describe to you what the law is, but also evaluate risk for you, and I want to spend a second talking about that. Obviously, you have no control over what accusations somebody might make. And if, for example, some citizen were to say, oh, I heard them talking for 15 minutes about some matter that was on the agenda that day, then I would have to defend you against that. And that certainly opens you up to risks. So there's no question that even though these meetings, as long as you don't conduct any public business, are not covered by the Open Meetings Act, by virtue of gathering at lunch, you do open yourself up to risk. I want to address one thing that was mentioned, and I can't remember the gentleman's name, but I think he was referred to in either the Taos News article or their editorial or both. And he's a gentleman who belongs to one of the transparency advocacy groups here in New Mexico. And his comment was a single sentence about public business would invoke the Open Meetings Act. And, I've reviewed the cases. There are no cases on that subject. I asked Elizabeth Cleary if this gentleman or the Taos News had any cases that addressed that subject to please bring them to my attention, and I would be open-minded about it, and none were. So we have to just go on what common sense English language interpretation means, and we're obviously in a gray area there. Discussion, to me, means back and forth over some period of time. The utterance of a single sentence, in my opinion, is not a discussion. But I can't give you any guarantee about somebody slips and opens their mouth and a single sentence comes out exactly what would happen. The Act doesn't address it. There aren't any cases that address it. So just to summarize, number one, the Open Meetings Act applies only if there's a quorum for the purpose of conducting public business. As long as you gentlemen do not conduct public business, and that includes the discussion of public business, the Open Meetings Act doesn't apply, But it would be naive of me not to also advise you that by gathering at lunchtime, you do expose yourself to risk. Somebody could make an accusation, valid or not, that you would then have to defend yourself against, and you would avoid that by not having those lunch meetings.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Bob, or we would announce basically that they would.
Let me address that concept. And what the county manager is referring to is something that I think was mentioned, again, in either the article or the editorial or both, and I think specifically was attributed to the gentleman who belongs to one of the advocacy groups for transparency in government. The concept of announcing in your publication of your agenda that there may be a quorum and you may meet for lunch. Let me first of all say that there's absolutely nothing in the act itself that provides for that. So if you were to choose to do that, it would be entirely appropriate as an act in the interest of transparency to just alert people that you may be gathering for lunch and that you're not going to conduct any public business. But it's certainly not required, not even addressed by the Open Meetings Act. And doing that, while it would serve the interest of information to the public and therefore the interest of transparency, would not do away with the risk issue that I've identified for you, because the announcement would announce that you're not going to conduct any public business. And if, again, somebody chose to accuse you of doing that, then I would have to defend you. So that's certainly an option, and I have no legal problem with you doing that, but I want you to understand that it doesn't insulate you from somebody alleging that you conducted public business at one of those lunches.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you, Mr. Malone. I think the commissioners have been very, very professional. When they go out and eat, they don't discuss any business. And at the same time, I think we're really supporting eating establishments in town. I wonder if the other people that are complaining ever do that, We go to different restaurants when we do, or eating establishments, I should say, to go eat. So we do support those businesses. Thank you.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
I don't mind that, as long as I'm comfortable that they're not true, that I haven't violated some responsibility or statute that I'm sworn to uphold. So I don't personally mind that aspect of it. And like Commissioner Sanchez, I agree that we are careful about what we talk about. We talk about each other, our lives, but we do not engage in the back and forth that could be defined as a discussion of business. And I think actually us being able to share some lunches together does serve a public purpose in that we get to know one another better, and it kind of builds trust in ways that are useful when we get up here and end up disagreeing with one another. So that's my opinion on it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I feel very much the same way. Commissioner Blankenhorn, we're talking about the parking lot earlier, and I mentioned to him, it feels good to be able to break bread with your colleagues. We may not agree, as is evident today, on a lot of issues, but we're able to be civilized, and we're given the ability to be able to break bread and to be able to just enjoy the company of our colleagues without the intention of meeting to break the law or the Open Meetings Act. And I guess, Mr. Chairman, I would like to hear from Elizabeth herself. You're the reporter from the Taos News, and I understand you're on probation, so you need to come up with some good stories. I would imagine.
She's not on probation.
And so I would like to hear from you what your thoughts are and how you came upon this idea.
Please, Lynn.
State your name.
Sure. Commissioners, so actually it was my editor, Joan Livingston, as well as the assistant editor, J.R. Logan, who approached me saying, because I sort of mentioned in passing that y'all go to lunch, and they were like, whoa, 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 that's totally, could possibly be an OMA violation. And they were like, you really got to look into this further. So it was really, I mean, not that I disagreed with them, but it was really under their direction that I moved forward with this. And I thought it warranted a story just because there was the question there, and there's the difference of opinion, like I mentioned in the article with the school board, you know, because they do post it. So, so I thought it was worthy of some attention.
May I extend an invitation for them to join us for lunch or dinner one of these days, and everybody pays their own ticket, because that's what we do.
Right. No, I understand. Dan and Joe Mike have extended that invitation to me before. It was great. They didn't have a quorum, but. Is there anything else?
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also, ma'am, now that we can go out and eat, what do we have to look out for next? Taos News.
To be honest with you, I don't know yet, but.
It's coming.
Yeah, well.
I'm glad to hear that your probation period is over.
Me too.
Welcome to Taos.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I thought everybody know, you know, I'm with Bob, I'm with our county attorney on the one sentence rule. I don't think the one sentence rule is a common sense interpretation of discussions, but you know, it's good, everybody's on notice that when we meet socially, we knew it before, but it never hurts for the public to understand that we recognize that our limitations when we meet with one another, so.
And I also want to say that I'm very supportive of the media. As I was growing up out of high school, I had the opportunity to work with the Taos News, even if it was just as their janitor. But I learned an appreciation to work with Billy Blair and Robin, who's the owner of the Taos News. And they're some of the best people that I've met in my life. And I give credit to them quite a bit all the time, openly and behind closed doors. I say they're some of the best people that could be in the business. And so I'm very supportive of what the media does and the newspapers do, making sure to keep the public informed of what happens. But I also appreciate when that reporting is done accurately and precisely to the point. So just so that you know where I'm coming from.
Well, we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like just to wrap it up with one final comment, and that is that I think this final comment actually captures the spirit of what all of the commissioners said. The Attorney General has a compliance guide for a number of things, including the Open Meetings Act. And he specifically has an example where, it's a hypothetical example, it's not a real world example, but he specifically has an example where on a 3-person county commission, 2 of the commissioners are in the same business, they are personal friends, and they meet daily and frequently gather for lunch. And the Attorney General's compliance guide specifically says that as long as they don't discuss public business, the Open Meetings Act doesn't apply.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. So anything else under other, Mr. Archuleta?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Where are we going to lunch next?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess, if I could just backtrack on that. Commissioner Romero had asked if we could possibly look at the 911 budget. Is that something, Commissioner, that you would like for next week also? Staff is prepared to show that today, and we've showed it previously, but I'm not sure if we want to take the time today to do that or just have that available for next Tuesday's meeting.
Mr. Chairman, if the commission doesn't feel like it today, I would certainly like to meet with members of the staff who can run me through all the numbers. That way I am more educated on what exactly those figures are. I don't know how the rest of the commission feels today. I know that we have a few more items still ahead on our agenda, so it's really up to the majority of the commission, Mr. Chairman. I just, as I've done in this past year, have tried to educate myself and make myself aware of all the things that are going on with regards to 911, to the point to where I've traveled to Santa Fe and Albuquerque and Valencia County and met with staff when they hold their weekly meetings with regards to 911, and I can honestly say that I'm very appreciative of that because I've learned quite a bit from this process, and because of that, I'm able to make a good decision.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we'll set that time up and get that information over to Commissioner Romero.
Okay.
Into a JPA, we do have to face the numbers that have been presented to us. And those numbers are for an annual $1 million budget, which we have been spending $288 on now for the past 20 years. So there's a $712,000 difference, and I think that we need to know where that's coming from as a board in an open meeting.
Mr. Rick, Mr. Bells?
I just wanted to say so that we're clear on that. There's two different things. If you remember a long time, we did present you with a $400,000 budget. The assignment to the staff at that time was what would it cost us to get up and running to do what the town's doing. So I want to be clear that while this new budget is a very ambitious budget, you can't just say our costs are going to triple for doing the same thing. If I could just, 1 second. With that is a revenue side, which we hoped to get to on December 10th and 11th when we invited Colfax, Rio Arriba, Forest Service, Game Warden, and also a very strong campaign with our state legislators and federal legislators to fund that. We didn't expect that to come all from the county.
Yeah, except that for us this morning, which gets in motion a $400,000 portion of that, and this Motorola lease agreement would end up adding another $300,000 a year. So it's not like it's all that hypothetical at this point. It's more than hypothetical. It's facing us every meeting, making these commitments to these large payments that are going to go on year after year. And it keeps coming up on the agenda, so we're facing it. It's not just a hypothetical. Now, the sources of revenue that you're talking about are all hypothetical. So we're going to need to nail this thing down. Now, of course, I'm hoping that we enter into a JPA that is going to split those costs and make it quite a bit less of a burden on the county.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we kind of heard earlier from the mayor and Councilman Peralta that they don't necessarily have the monies available to expand on the program. The county, because of its proper management, has been able to save that money and to be able to allow it for this use, and it goes exactly back into providing for our citizens. We're not using this money to go on traveling junkets. We're not using this money to go on huge advertising campaigns that don't necessarily promote the valley anyway. We're using it carefully, and so it's money that that needs to become available so that we can protect our residents.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I could address Commissioner Blackenhorn, just you keep raising the issues of the additional $300,000 Motorola lease. I just want to remind the Commission that the lease basically spreads out the payment of the Motorola equipment for a period of 7 years. And if you add that up, basically it comes into the $1.5 million investment that we're doing. So although you're saying that that would come as a recurring cost, which is correct, it's actually money that's already in the bank set aside for that purpose. So if we went and just outright purchase that equipment tomorrow and just totally paid for that, which we have the ability to do, then we wouldn't have that reoccurring cost of $300,000 because we would own the equipment. The reality of that is that staff's trying to make a better decision so that we don't have to pay the maintenance cost of that equipment, and also so that we can upgrade that equipment over a period of time so that we're not back in this situation 10 years from now where we have outdated equipment and no money to replace it. This is an opportunity for us to actually be able to replace and have new equipment as we move forward. So it is a recurring cost, and I agree with you on that, but it's money that's actually set aside that we could do as a one-time occurrence, which would be a one-time investment for this commission if the commission chose to go that way. The source of the $1.5 million, we have that breakdown for you as to where we would get that money from. It comes from different pockets of money that we're looking at. But on the same token, we're also trying to leverage, as Mr. Bellis said, from other areas. But if we have to go on this by ourselves tomorrow, we have the cash to do it tomorrow to buy the infrastructure that we need to get up and running. We have that. We just don't want to put that all up front if we don't have to, because 10 years from now, we're going to have outdated equipment just like anything else. I mean, we have to, our option of looking at a lease, which would encumber the maintenance, means that we're actually saving the county money, but we're also giving the county an ability to continue to upgrade that equipment in the future. So I just want to be there. So we've looked at both structures. We've looked at all options, and I just want to address the $300,000 that you're addressing as far as recurring costs. Yes, sir.
$1 million a year instead of $288 a year isn't going to impact any of our other services, then I would, I'll be happy to listen to that discussion.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blackenhorn, $288 a year is buying us dilapidated equipment. Problems with our dispatch.
Not getting the proper service, constituents passing away, and Commissioner Sanchez is a witness to that within his own family, unfortunately. And I can tell you that we've gone back and looked at that, and there was a repeated call by the Cuesta ambulance for assistance, and there was no service response. It's unfortunate. So that's what 288 gets you. You're correct.
Yeah, well, I'm not
And Mr. Chairman, speaking of that, $288,000 that the county has basically thrown into a black hole because we've never really seen a budget as to how those monies have been spent. Obviously, it has not been spent on repeaters. Those had not been fixed until our own staff investigated the situation as to why they were not working properly. The county has since then had to spend its own money, as staff said earlier. But that $288,000 has basically been going into a black hole. And I know this because it is, as Mayor Cordova said earlier, 8 years, it's more like 8 biblical years. The county has given its share, but we've never really seen where that money goes. Never.
Chairman, Commissioners, like it was mentioned earlier, I was in attendance in yesterday's meeting at the town what they had, and they asked for a financial report. In that financial report, they stated that they basically held the county in basically in default because they're operating off of a $371,000 budget, and we've only been paying the $288,000. So they've been expending the reserves that are there. The reserves, which were or should have been at about $110,000, are down below $60,000 now. So they're covering the costs using those reserves. Now, it's true that they want us to pay from 288 to 371, but we don't know what 288 got us. We don't know what 371 is going to get us, and they're expending more money. They're already actually looking at maybe even doing another increase to cover the cost of a director, and we don't even know if that's going to solve a lot of the problems. And my personal opinion is we already took the repeaters off their hands, and there was no cost savings off that 288 budget that they had. Now, in addition to that, we all agree from the staff's point of view on the E911 that even if we were to enter in a JPA, the CAD system, the consoles are going to have to be upgraded. So the cost of purchasing that components, whether we buy it here or buy it over there, is going to have to be something that has to be done, regardless of who is the entity, who's the fiscal agent, whatever the case may be. That equipment still needs to be upgraded. The statement when they made the move was that they were getting a new 911 system. That wasn't a 100% valid statement. They got new telephony, but the working part of the telephony is still the old working part that they had before. That's part of the one-time upfront cost, whether we pay it in one lump or whether we cover that cost out of 7 years. If we do it, that we're looking at upgrading. It's equipment that lets us talk to Red River, which we can't do now. It's equipment that does more for the CAD other than what Sleuth does, which they're currently using, which is a law enforcement CAD. So yeah, there's going to be more cost expenditures, but it's for the betterment of all the entities involved. So that's the only thing I have, my opinion, that I have to bring to this.
And that Sleuth equipment, that's something that I think Carlsbad had at one time, or they still had, and they tried to do a bunch of upgrades to it. They spent a couple of $100,000 trying to upgrade it, and it still doesn't talk to the other one.
It doesn't talk to anybody else. Sleuth was designed as a law enforcement records management software. It is a company out of Albuquerque. They've had some financial problems in the past. They're trying to recover out of that. So yes, it is a lower records management component than what we're looking, but it's just the record management component. It's still not CAD. It doesn't give you the closest vehicle, it doesn't give you cross streets, it doesn't give you addressing. That's something else that they're using altogether. But even that records management system is only designed for law enforcement. It's not designed for fire or EMS, so all that reporting has to be done in some other form or fashion.
No, I understand that. Us paying $1 million and the town paying $300, all in the same community every year.
Well, I can guarantee that if there is a joint powers agreement that can be reached and the board agrees to upgrade that equipment, that 371 budget is gone. It's going to be a much higher budget than that because those pieces of equipment are going to have to be purchased.
Thank you.
I know. The difference between that and $1.3 million per year in a community the size of Taos for E911. But we are going round and round, so I'll stop. But I would like to have this discussion, fully, as Commissioner Romero stated, if it becomes necessary.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, since these are televised, I would like to clarify one impression I think that was left by the earlier presentation by the town, that they were having financial problems because we had 371, but we're only paying the 288. The reality of it is, we referred a little earlier to the MOU we signed to take over the dispatch, the repeaters, and as Alan has said, that is a cost that was listed at $35,000 in the budget that we have now taken on, and obviously it was more than that. But as part of that, it was also agreed that we let the town spend some of the county's reserves. The majority of the reserves, only 10,000 belonged to Ski Valley. Cuesta did not have any in there. They were ours, so we let them pay off some bills with that, draw it to 110. They have been drawing down that 110. Now the difference between the 288 and the 371 is less than 100,000, but in fact they're spending the 110. They are down to $40,000 and have indicated they are going to expend the rest of that. So we are not the ones not paying that additional $100,000. The question is the town paying the $371? And we would also raise the concern that they have not fully staffed the operation to the extent that is justified in the 371 budget. So why are we spending something in the range of $450,000 and the system's going broke and we can't get an accountability of that? So I would say before you even went to the 371, you would want to see how are we spending more than you did budget for, even at the 371, when we reduced your costs by 20% in the system of taking part of it over?
And that, Mr. Chairman, has been the question for 8 biblical years.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else on this item? Not, we'll go on to Commissioners' reports on matters, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following. Commissioners, NCRTD, I just wanted to make a report that the NCRTD is doing well. I know Mr. Cordova sits on the finance subcommittee, and I think we have upwards of 7/12 in reserve. One of the things that is being proposed, and hopefully we'll see some light at the end of the tunnel, is I can go and give you a brief history of how this all took place, but I won't do that. But right now we're working with the town of Taos. There is some duplication of routes that is happening, and there would be quite a bit of savings. The town of Taos, the staff from the NCRTD is meeting with some of the staff of the town of Taos. It would really be beneficial if we could come together on some of them duplication of services. There would be substantial savings so that we possibly can fund a route to Sipapu ski area. It's kind of an area where we're getting a lot of people from that area requesting this, and it would actually then we'd be a hub. We could actually move skiers from here to there and there back, also employees that want to work over there, and we can move them back. So that's one of the big things that we're working on right now, along with there is also a big move to possibly look at the Enchanted Circle as a whole. I know Commissioner Romero brought that up. Because they are not a contributor to the NCRTD because of the tax, they could have the possibility of contributing to the NCRTD and actually paying for that portion of the service, and we would offer that. So that would be a good connectivity for the whole region, so that we'd have, we could actually provide transportation to and from the ski valleys and that type of thing. So this is just one of the things that we've been working on. Hopefully it'll work. And NCRTD is in good shape, as Mr. Cordova can attest to. He sits on that finance subcommittee. So I appreciate him sitting on that and being part of that. So thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have promised the mayor of Eagle Nest and the councilman from Angel Fire that through the Intergovernmental Council that we would put together some sort of a meeting, possibly with you and the NCRTD members sometime soon, so that we can discuss those possibilities of extending the service over to Angel Fire and Eagle Nest, which are in Colfax County. And one of the questions that I had is, I know that the NCRTD, the Blue Bus is paid for by a tax. And so is that tax something then that Colfax County Commission would have to agree to install a tax on GRT within those communities to be able to pay for this bus? But the interest is definitely there from these communities, and that connectivity, to be able to transport locals. There's a lot of people that work up in Angel Fire and Eagle Nest. But there's also a lot of tourists that would be able to get transported with the bus safely and economically, keeping people off that road. It's not the safest of roads either.
And Commissioner, that's something that the NCRTD continues to look at, and I'm going to give you a card for Mike Kelly, who is our Operations and Facilities Director, and if we can get that arranged, that would be great. I would love to attend that, and the possibility. One of the things that is on, I know you mentioned in the meeting before, there is when we did our study as far as where a bunch of communities, they had community meetings in a bunch of different communities, and in the one of the routes that was asked for was between Tres Piedras and here. That's a route in this next fiscal year that'll be looked at, and some dialogue will be had to see if funding or the GRT continues to increase, if that's something we can fund, or if there's some other routes that are being underused that we can cut to help finance or move that type of thing forward. So I think it's a great possibility. So I just wanted to make that report that everybody kind of knows where it stands. And then the next one, the North Regional Housing Board. A couple of weeks ago, I did attend the meeting of that North Regional Housing Board. It's a newly formed board. There's quite a few new members on that board. These were all members that were appointed by the governor. As you know, Della sits on that board. There was consensus that they move forward with this regional housing board, and I know we are going to get a hit on our audit, because we as county commissioners saw it so important to move forward with this regional housing authority, and it's going to bring a hit to our audit, because there was some findings but we thought that it was important to keep the housing alive and well. Otherwise, this is monies that would have just gone away, where they would have closed housing. There wouldn't have been any funding in our area. So I applaud you guys to coming on board. I know Mr. Bellis was a big part of this. Steve was a big part of this, and staff was that we bring this in temporarily. There was an audit done, there was some findings, but the board has been created. They are in the process of hiring, and it's not going to be just a one person. It's going to be a group that they're going to hire to oversee and put the safeguards in place and the proper management of the Regional Housing Authority into place, so that these types of things will not happen again. And it'll actually hopefully bring jobs to our community that we deserve, that because of being regionalized, again, it's going to bring the small communities together, like Wagon Mound and Springer, parts of Las Vegas, and I think Chama is in there, part of Uribe is in there, and it'll bring the management of that housing authority right here to Taos County. So the possibility of it creating new jobs right here in a community is great. There is a contract that has been sent to Taos County for review. They're kind of gnawing at the bit to get it back, so that they can continue to move forward in their journey to hiring this, or putting out this, I guess it would be a request for proposal. So I'd like to thank you guys for being part of this, and I think, sorry, Mr. Cordova, that we're going to take a hit on our audit, but I think it was very important to Taos County to keep this type of housing and create jobs, and not worrying really about, it'll have some impact on us, but I think we can get around that. So, Mr. Cordova?
If I may, I can't elaborate too much on our audit, considering the pending status, but a lot of the worst of them were cleared up just by the county taking over fiscal responsibility for the housing authority. So it's better than previous And I think that's the positive we should focus on. And I think if worst case, we have to hold on to it longer, we can fix the problems before the end of this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Knock on wood.
Mr. Chairman, we're hoping to have that contract pending legal review to you for this special meeting for Tuesday. It's just a 2-page agreement, so I think we can get through that fairly quickly. And it's also an opportunity, based on what MFA is saying, for us to add some revenue to the county. A good way of paying back Mr. Cordova will be because of the county manager's agreement, making some organizational adjustments with maintenance and financial personnel that will ensure that they continue to get their para. They'll continue to be county employees, and those services will be charged to HUD.
So thank you. So the next one is a letter of support for Cerro Regional, and if you give me that acronym, then I know what it stands for.
Mutual domestic water.
Okay, Mutual Domestic Water.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Commissions, I'm Daniel Quintana, and I'm representing the Cerro Regional Domestic Water Consumers Association. And Senator or Commissioner Sanchez has been helping us in channeling us in the right direction as to get funding from the legislature. So I guess I'm here to ask support from the commissioners on this matter.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Quintana, thank you for coming down today. Talking to Mr. Quintana, this has been in the making for what, the last 2 years, Mr. Quintana, and nothing's happened. So he called me to see what we could do, and we intervened there, and I think what these folks need is a support for the water projects they have up there, and thanks to Anita, she came on board to support me with this, because this, like I said, 2 years that hasn't, nothing has happened. So what I'm asking of the commission is to support District 2 with their water projects, and so they can go out and get these capital outlays now that the legislature coming before us here, and that I think the deadline was September, but thanks to Anita, we're see if we can kind of get them in there one way or the other.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Quintana, it's good to see you as a community member involved in trying to help your mutual domestic. I know that here in the Taos Valley, we have a lot of them that are simply not doing anything. And as a result of that, it's a lot of broken water lines, and who knows what else is traveling through those lines that are 40, 50, 60 years old. And I'm glad to see that you're taking the effort to make sure that you're able to provide the residents of Cerro with good, clean, healthy drinking water. And so, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll set a motion if Commissioner Sanchez hasn't done it to approve. And I know that there's a letter of support already that's been prepared by our county manager.
Thank you.
That we have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion? Not, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, item D, November meeting calendar, commissioners. That water conference, where is it being held, Mr. Archuleta?
In Albuquerque.
Yeah, but where?
At the
Embassy Suites.
Embassy Suites in Albuquerque.
Did we have to sign up, or did they sign us up?
Well, we were, the only one that had actually requested was Commissioner Romero. We can still get you signed up if I can have Renell call.
I'll be able to just attend maybe the first day.
Okay.
I don't know that I'll be able to.
I will have Renell call this afternoon.
I think it's important that,
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to alert you for the November calendar, November 26th, next Tuesday, special meeting, 9 a.m. on E911. We'll schedule that day. And then also, Mr. Chairman, you had asked me about the employee Christmas day or Christmas party for the employees. The committee has met and they've decided between December 19th or December 20th, whichever is better for the commission. So,
What days are those?
December 20th is on a Friday, the 19th is on a Thursday.
Twentieth?
That'd be better to start off a long weekend.
December 20th? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to elaborate a little on the 25th when we'll be meeting?
Oh,
For the
yes,
veterans?
yes. There is, sorry about that, Commissioner. Ben Ray Lujan will be down on the 25th, and he will be meeting at the Ag Center between 4 and 5 on that particular day. And he would like to hear about the initiative for the Veteran Cemetery. And so I don't know if we'll have a quorum there, but you might want to note that just in case so that the paper don't pick up on it. And so
This is on the 25th of November?
Yes, it's on a Monday, and it's between 4 and 5 that he would like to hear about it, or he would like to address us, letting us know how we can help, or if he can help, or what is the situation. I know that we have reached out to, Commissioner Sanchez has reached out to some of the VFWs and some of the different people that were sponsoring or helped us sponsor this. And so I think, if we can move it further up the ladder, that would really help. So.
May I add, I think this coming from the congressman, getting his support, this gives us a lot of leverage. So I think it's very important that we get out the word. And like Chairman just said, I've been talking to VFWs and some of the honor guards, Jeff Padilla and Lawrence Vargas, and also Mike Pacheco. I've been talking to those comrades, and they're spreading the word for us. So thank you so much.
Mr. Archuleta, it'd be nice if, being a veteran, that you might
No, absolutely.
that opportunity to help with the presentation or whatever
Absolutely.
is needed.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add some more calendar information, the annual Congreso de las Acequias is going to take place. It's the 14th annual Congreso de las Acequias, and it's scheduled to take place on Saturday, November 23rd at the Bishop's Lodge in Tesuque, and it will also again feature Congressman Ben Ray Lujan as the event's keynote speaker, and others including Peter Worth speaking on the perspectives on water policy and the long-term drought. Also, Senator Carlos Cisneros is going to be speaking on the Acequia issues in the 2014 legislative session.
It's on the 23rd.
That is on the 23rd. It's at the Bishop's Lodge. I believe it's on a Saturday. It starts at 8 o'clock with registration, 9 a.m. welcome and introduction. And it's an all-day event, but it's a rather important meeting, again, with regards to our acequias, Mr. Chairman.
What was the time on that? I'm sorry.
It's on the 23rd of Saturday, the 23rd, from 8:30 to 4 p.m. with registration starting at 8 o'clock at Bishop's Lodge.
Okay.
That's all we have on the calendar, Mr. Chairman, unless we have something else from the commission.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner?
how you are?
Under other?
Yes. Well, either that or calendar or both.
No, when we're looking for some dates, I think.
Yeah.
We're hoping to have it up on the internet by the end of tomorrow.
And then do we have
Unfortunately, the town had its special meeting and a couple of things, so that set us behind a day. But we were originally shooting for Monday.
Yes. Hearings, meetings, work studies?
Yeah, we'll have a calendar up there at the same time, or I can bring it to the Tuesday special meeting and you can approve the calendar.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I really like to see the land use regs done. You know, I'm hoping that our chairman gets elected mayor, but I would like to see the land use regs done before March, which is when the mayor's job starts. So it would be really nice to get it done sometime in the very early part of the year or the latter part of this year, which I don't see happening at this point. But I hope the calendar reflects that.
Okay. Anything else, commissioners? If not, no executive session today, so do we have a motion to?
It's going to snow. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second. And a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.